Welcome to the City of Miami Commission meeting for June 17th, 2025. We are going to begin our meeting with a recognition. Commissioner Pardo is going to lead us with this recognition. I'm joined by my colleagues, Commissioner Gabella, Mayor Francis Suarez, Commissioner Pardo, our newest commissioner, Commissioner Rosado, and we will be joined shortly, I'm sure, with my colleague, Commissioner Carollo. So we're going to get started. Commissioner Pardo.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today we have a very special person that we're recognizing and giving a proclamation to. After decades of transformative services at the helm of the Greater Miami LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, Steve Atkins is retiring. And I mean decades of real day-to-day hard service. He's leaving behind a legacy of inclusion, empowerment, progress that will continue and will benefit Miami for generations to come. He has served as the chairman of the Miami Beach Visitor and Convention Authority, member of the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, South Region, and the co-chair of the advisory board for Miami Beach Pride. He also was listed as the top 100 power leaders in South Florida. Steve Atkins makes people feel valued, supported, and empowered to succeed, and has consistently championed LGBTQ rights and visibility throughout his career. He's been a tireless advocate for equality and fairness and ensuring that voices and contributions of the LGBTQ+ community are recognized, celebrated, and integrated into Miami's broader cultural, economic, and civic life across all sectors of society. I just used a word, it was integrated, and I cannot tell you how difficult that is. Integrated means you listen to people, you have compassion with people, you may not agree with them, but you respect a different point of view, and you allow a space for them to thrive and flourish. Steve has done this consistently every day for decades. For me, it's sad because I lose someone in the community who I value and always did amazing work. His retirement, although he insists that he will still be in Miami and he will still be visible, means an end, a closing of a chapter that is very important in our community, not just for the LGBTQ+ community, but for all of us. Because no matter what marginalized community or minority or sector of the community where you feel less than, these skills are important for all of us. So Steve, I just can't say enough things as a good friend and someone I care so much about, and your husband Diego, who's also been there right along with you every step of the way. It is my honor to present this proclamation to you and for you to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think I'm still trying to get my head around the whole concept of retirement. It's been probably more work trying to get to this point than anything I've ever done. But I am going to miss the work. It's been 25 years associated with this organization, but 27 years in our community, bonding with all of you and doing some great work, and certainly promoting a minority organization that reflects every part of our society, but also reflects the hard work and the achievements we've all really been a part of over these many, many years. So I will still be around. I'll still be a citizen of Miami. I'll still be a voter here in the city. But Diego and I have some plans to go and kind of enjoy some travel and get ourselves out there and do some of the things that we haven't been able to do while working full time. But thank you for this honor, my dear, dear friend. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the work that all of you are doing. Mayor, thank you for always standing by our community. And to all of you here in the commission, thank you so much for all of your support. And good luck to everybody.
At this time, as we always do, we're going to open our meeting with prayer. We are honored today to have Father Stephen Ohala from the Cathedral of St. Mary. And I would also like to take a moment to thank all of you for your prayers, your words of comfort. This is really difficult for me because my dad was my hero. And if you look in the dictionary under Daddy's Girl, you'll see my picture. So I thought about today because I know I had to thank everybody. I find that my eyes start leaking any time of the day. So if you see me crying, remember the Dionne Warwick song, just walk on by, because I'm okay. I know and I stand in faith that my dad, who I believe was one of my superpowers, will be with me and I will see him again. So, excuse my tears because they may come a little bit more today because it's still new and fresh, and I'm told that it will get better. It will get better. But again, my dad was 83. He lived a long life, and I loved him. And I wish that he would have lived as long as his mother, who lived to be 102. So thank you. Father,
sympathy for you and prayers for your dad. God of justice, love, and peace, we come before you today in gratitude for this opportunity to serve your people here in our city of Miami. We acknowledge your presence among us and ask you to bless our meeting. Open our hearts and minds to receive your divine inspiration and guidance. Help us to act with character as well as conviction, to listen with respect and goodwill, and speak with charity and humility. Give us the wisdom that will enable us to deliberate and decide wisely and well for those we are here to serve. May your Holy Spirit guide our thoughts, words, and actions so that everything we do may be for the good of those we serve, and so bring glory to your name, God of justice, love, and peace. Amen. Amen. So God bless you.
amen. Commissioner Rosado, would you join us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read your statement for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. George Wysong, City Attorney, City of Miami. Detailed information about the processes, order of business, rules of procedure, and scheduling or rescheduling of City Commission meetings can be found in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City Code, a copy of which is available online at www.municode.com. Pursuant to Section 2-33O of the City Code, whenever a scheduled City Commission meeting is canceled or is not held due to a lack of quorum or other emergency, a special City Commission meeting will be automatically scheduled for the Tuesday immediately following the canceled meeting. All scheduled agenda items of the June 12, 2025 City Commission meeting were automatically scheduled on today's special City Commission meeting agenda. Additionally, in compliance with Section 2-33O of the City Code, the City Clerk properly notified the public of today's special meeting. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commission that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. The meeting of the Miami City Commission is a limited public forum. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 9:50 and remain open until public comment is closed by the chairperson. Any person making offensive remarks or becomes unruly in the Commission chambers will be barred from further attending City Commission meetings and may be subject to arrest. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the Commission chambers. Persons exiting the Commission chambers should do so quietly. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials, their staff, and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials may consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials, their staff, and the city administration up until the chairperson closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided live here at City Hall at 3500 Pan American Drive, subject to any and all rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting, in compliance with Section 286.0114, parentheses 4C, Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney's office on items on this agenda today. Anyone wishing a verbatim record of an item considered at this meeting may request it at the Office of Communications or view it online at www.miamigov.com. Planning and zoning items. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee may be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute Sections 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. City Clerk, would you please read your statement for the record?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony or planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes,
Chair may administer the oath for the planning and zoning items.
please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, those are the PZ items. May I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, are there any items on our agenda that will be deferred and or withdrawn?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. PH 8 to be deferred to June 26. RE 11 to be withdrawn. RE 23
Wait, slow down. R11?
to be withdrawn.
Okay.
RE 23 to be withdrawn. FR 3 to be deferred to June 26. AC 1 to be withdrawn. What number is that? AC 1 to be withdrawn. Attorney-client session to be withdrawn. Discussion item 2 to be deferred to June 26. Discussion item number 4 to be deferred to June 26. PZ 3 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ 15 to be deferred to June 26. Would you like for me to repeat? PH 8 to be deferred to June 26. RE 11 to be withdrawn. RE 23 to be withdrawn. FR 3 to be deferred to June 26. AC 1 to be withdrawn. DI 2 to be deferred to June 26. DI 4 to be deferred to June 26. PZ 3 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ 15 to be deferred to June 26.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any items that they would like to withdraw or defer from this agenda. Vice Chair.
Not at this time.
Commissioner Gabella.
Yeah, I was just wondering, wasn't RE 22 slated to be withdrawn?
No, sir. RE
23.
22.
Yes.
22, sorry, RE 22, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That should have been.
But it wasn't on the list, was it?
No.
It was not on the list.
Would
but
you like
it
to
is not-
withdraw
should
it?
be.
I mean, would anybody like to
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw it.
withdraw or defer?
Withdraw.
Withdraw.
Withdraw. RE22. Any other items, gentlemen? Commissioner Rosado, any items would you like to have deferred or withdrawn? Touch your...
Will you be asking about items to be pulled as well?
Later.
Later.
Okay. May I have a motion to set the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The agenda is now established. I believe we have a pocket item.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have a pocket item naming Commissioner Rosado as the chair of the DDA. And they're going through a lot of budgetary issues, setting millage, and they really need a commissioner to sit there as chair.
I'll second it.
Chair?
Hold on. Todd has his hand up.
Just as long as we have public comment before you vote.
Right, we're not going to vote for it.
If I may, Chair, that is already in the agenda, not to be done as a pocket item. When we get to the item that would include that, that could be taken up.
That's an
There's
item in
no-
our agenda?
Yes.
This is outside of that item due to the emergency nature of the situation.
It's not. You're bringing
What
a
is
pocket
it?
item.
What
We
is-
have
I'm
an
sorry.
item on the agenda already that was placed in that could deal with that.
No, they both can be heard. It's just,
Yes, they can both be heard. So now that
this
we have,
should-
but maybe the pocket item is what he's saying might not be necessary.
That's
If
right.
the agenda
It's not.
item covers all of that, that's fine. If it doesn't, we have the pocket item. So we'll move forward.
And what is that item that he's referring to?
Which item is
It's
it?
on the agenda, Mr. Clerk.
DI-8.
DI-8.
That's a
boards-
discussion item.
That's boards and chairs.
It's not a discussion item.
Okay,
But, Chair, historically, resolutions have evolved from those discussion
right.
items.
I understand. Okay. So at this time, I am going to recognize, I'm not sure if she is here. One of our county commissioners would like to say a few words. The newest of our county commissioners.
Got Natalie,
Yes. Is she here? I don't see. Okay. And let's see. We're going to begin public comments because I don't see her. If you can line up, I think because we have so many commenters today, if you will be mindful of not blocking the exits. I believe we have representatives from the fire department. They're asking for five people at a time at each lectern, 5 at a time. So count yourselves out. If you're more than 5, please sit down. We will get to everyone, I promise. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Eileen Broughton. I reside at 951 Northwest 10th Court in the historic Spring Garden. I want to make a comment about RE7. Please, this is a wonderful thing. Thank you, Commissioner Carollo, for creating another boat for Marine Patrol and that lease. That's going to be wonderful for the Miami River, so thank you for that. I also want to make comments about PZ3. That's the Popeyes Marina properties. I just want to remind you that my historic neighborhood is not against progress, that we certainly want it. By rights, there can be 5 stories built there. The issue is that it is in the historic district. It's on the website, so if I were buying property, I would check that out before I invested a lot of money, so no surprise. And it has historic significance, and I'm sure the Historic Preservation Officer will speak to that when the item comes up. I do want to say that there are rules in a historic district about demolition. We all follow them, and there is a process. You don't demo until you show what you're going to put there. I have to do it. Everybody has to do it. Rich and poor, those are the rules. And that's all I can say, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And just so you know, ma'am, PZ3 has been indefinitely deferred. It won't be voted on today. But that's good.
Anyway, at least I get to say I send you my best wishes,
Thank you.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. So when you step to the lectern to speak, please identify the item for which you are speaking on. And if the item has been deferred, we will not be discussing that item today. If the item has been deferred, we will not be discussing that item today. No, you're fine, though. You're fine. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman. I'm here to speak about Resolution 5. Has that been deferred?
RE5, it has not. No. RE5?
Regarding the 287G agreement?
We didn't defer the 287G agreement? Okay,
No.
fine with me.
Good morning. My name is Abel Delgado. I am the grandson of a political prisoner, a son of exiles, and a U.S. citizen born in this great country. And none of that matters right now because ICE is out there detaining U.S. Marshals for looking Latino. ICE is detaining political asylees. ICE is sending Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, and others back to communist dictatorships and chaos with no regard for rule of law. ICE's complete disregard for the Constitution and civil rights is something the city of Miami has no business getting involved with. If you agree with this deal with ICE, you are putting honest and brave city of Miami police officers in an impossible position. You are telling them to arrest our neighbors for pursuing the American dream. If you sign this deal, this will eventually lead to a lawsuit. Haven't the residents of the city of Miami paid enough in lawsuits and lawyer fees for government abuses of power? Make the right decision morally, financially, and legally. Say no to 287G. Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. We are not clapping in chambers. This is a warning. If you clap again, they will clear the chambers. And this is how we show our support. And I understand that there are a lot of folks that are here to speak publicly on various items. I would ask that for those of us who are in chambers, can we take the folks that are outside first, because they're outside in that heat while you guys are here in air condition and you have seats, so they will be allowed to speak and not stand for hours in the heat. If we can coordinate that, I think that would be the most fair thing to do, because you guys are the most comfortable and they're outside. So after we take the 5 that are here, I would ask staff to start bringing in folks that are outside, because it's hot outside. Okay? All agreed? Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Madam Chairwoman, very sorry for your loss. Commissioner Rosado, welcome and congratulations. My name is Rick Madan. I reside at 2900 Northeast 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida. There are so many important items on the agenda today, but none as important as RE19 and FR4. I'm here to voice my strong support for 2 common sense reforms: the term limits proposed in Resolution RE19 and the election date change in FR4. First, on term limits, this is a fundamental principle of good governance. By establishing 2 term limits, we open the door to new leadership and fresh perspectives. It ensures our officials remain accountable to the people, not entrenched in power. Limiting terms helps prevent the kind of environment where corruption can take root. It keeps our city's leadership dynamic and responsive. Second, and just as critical, is moving our local elections to even-numbered years. The reason is simple and powerful: more people will vote. Turnout in our current off-cycle elections is disappointingly low. Aligning with major state and federal elections would massively increase participation. We're talking about government that is more truly representative of our entire diverse community. Now, I understand the concern about a one-time, one-year extension of terms, and that is a big concern. But we must weigh that temporary adjustment against the permanent long-term benefit of more engaged electorate. It's a small price to pay for government that perpetually and more accurately reflects the will of the people. Together, these measures create a system that is both accountable and representative. I urge you to vote yes on RE19 and FR4, and let the voters decide on strengthening our democracy. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. Could you hold 1 second? Our commissioner is here. Commissioner? Welcome and congratulations again.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to all of our commission and our residents here. Madam Chair, I'd like to give you my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm, as your newest county commissioner, Natalie Emiliano Orbis. I'm Miami-Dade County. I just wanted to present myself, say hello to your residents, say hello to all of you. I look forward to working with all of you. I know that we share, Commissioner Rosado and Commissioner Gabela, we share large portions of your districts with my district, and I'm here for you. My door is always open to you. My door is always open to your residents. In any way that I can help you, all of you, I'm here to be your voice on the County Commission and a liaison with the County Commission, and I just wanted to formally introduce myself as the newest commissioner. I look forward to working with all of you, and thank you for the warm welcome today. Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My condolences to you, Madam Chair. So sorry for your loss. My name is Brenda Betancourt, 1436 Southwest 6th Street. In favor of RE19 and FR4. We have been asking for changes. There are 4 commissioners out of the 5 that they had never been in political war before. And I hope that the voters who actually went out and elected you, and you promised them that you are going to make changes, this is part of the changes. Sometimes we can make different opinions, and we heard all kind of things. Promises of them being under the table to extend a year, promises that I'm going to be a strong mayor, promises to all of you. I believe that this is the time where the new elected officials would determine if you are actually lying to our faces or you actually telling the truth and you actually going to work for changes. We hope that you guys made the right decision for the best of the city of Miami residents. Most of you understand what it means to work and then come to be elected officials. Most of you have a job before. To work as a citizen and then become elected official. So I hope that you guys understand what is your responsibility with the voters who elected you and trust you. And hopefully receive that trust back. And you guys are going to keep your word and do what you promised in the campaign trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Elvis
morning.
Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. Again, Commissioner King, my condolences. And to Commissioner Ralph Rosado, congratulations, sir. Thank you so much for your previous opposition to overdevelopment, like when you came and stood at these podiums and spoke against the Live Local Act. I hope you continue that opposition to overdevelopment on items like PZ7 today, PZ15 when it comes up. Regarding PZ8, I hope you vote yes on that one because that would also help curb overdevelopment. Regarding PZ7, Commissioner Pardo, I hope you would specify, make an amendment to PZ7 to allow an exemption for historic districts. That is specified in the county code. I hope you would also include that in the city legislation if that passes, which I don't think it should, because it is being used as a Trojan horse. Affordable housing has become political camouflage, a Trojan horse to allow increased heights and density. It would be so nice if the city of Miami realized that infinite growth is not a logical and sustainable policy. We already know what our traffic is, our sewage problems with processing, potable water, hurricane evacuation times. Infinite growth is a fallacy, and the time has come to admit that reality and try to preserve the quality of life for the residents rather than preserve continued profits for the developers that make campaign contributions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman King. I'm so sorry for your loss. And thank you for your service. Thank you for being here today. I know it's very hard. And thank you all. Welcome, Commissioner Rosado. Congratulations. And just want to say, please be vigilant of your positions, considering recent national news. It's a very dangerous world out there. Please all be careful. My name is Miguel Soliman, 1436 Southwest 6th Street. I'm here against FR4. And I believe we went out to vote. We voted to have our commissioners and our mayor in their seat for 4 years, for a 4-year term. And I don't think it's right in the middle of the game or towards the end of the game to change the rules. And to give you a little perspective, if we're going to do this, then, hey, let's change the governor's term and give him an extra year. Let's change our Congress, our senators. Let's give them an extra year. And while we're at it, our presidential seat, let's change that. Instead of 4-year term, let's give our presidential seat another year term. I think that puts it a little into perspective what the commission is considering changing this election. It's not right. I beg for you to think about it and consider it and vote against it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chairwoman. Sorry for your loss. I lost my mom. The best thing is time. Time will heal everything. My name is Marcos Loureiro. I live on 600 Northeast 27th Street, Edgewater. I would like to congratulate Commissioner Rosado. 3 weeks ago, we don't give credit for the nations, how we do it like you guys do. And I reflect about your election on June 3rd, and I'm here for RE 19 and FR 4. Even though you won, the participation of 46,000, 47,000, only 5,000 or 6,000 votes for you, which is 11%. We should have more. We should have more participation. We should have 5, 6 times more. This is my first comment. The second comment is related to term limits. I'm a true believer on new leadership, new ideas, new styles. And I think putting a bound on 8 years in different positions is enough for developing your plan and to allow new people to be on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm very sorry for your loss. I lost a family member last week as well, so I can empathize. I am here. My name is Amber Shapiro. I live at 498 Northeast 50th Terrace in Miami, and I'm here to speak against RE5, the agreement with ICE, the Federal Immigration Program. So this program would transform local police officers into federal immigration agents, essentially giving them very limited training on how to investigate, detain, and process individuals for immigration violations. This is very concerning to me. Miami is not legally required to enter into this agreement, and no federal funds depend on us entering into this agreement. I'm worried that if we enter into this agreement, it will create a very bad relationship with the local police officers, who to date, my family and I, my community have always had very good relationships with, and I would not like to see that deteriorate. Additionally, I have 2 small children. I'm able to be a working mom largely because of the caregivers of my children who are immigrants, and I'm very grateful for that, and I don't want to see their safety impinged upon. I worry for their safety, given that what we know of other cities who have entered into these agreements, a lot of times we see racial profiling, people being profiled because of their accents or the way that they look, and I know that there's a lot of fear in the community right now, and I don't want to see that exacerbated. So I really encourage you, please, to consider this and to vote no against this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My condolences and congratulations. I'm here to speak on ICE RE5. I am Modesto Abedi, the founding president and CEO of the Children's Trust. The city of Miami should not vote to participate in ICE's lawless kidnappings, disappearances, incarcerations, deportations, and cruel separation of our immigrant families. Families who so faithfully contribute to our city's prosperity and vitality. The city must instead support immigrant rights and due process. The separation of American-born children from their immigrant parents should not happen in Miami. This is so cruel. The city has the second highest percentage of foreign-born residents in the nation. Hialeah is number 1. We simply could not function without our hardworking immigrant base. We are an immigrant city. Our immigrant families are law-abiding and hardworking residents. These are our neighbors, not criminals, murderers, or rapists. Please do not help advance the environment of fear, anxiety, and cruelty being created by these illegal deportations. Please vote against the resolution seeking to have Miami Police Department collaborate with ICE and Homeland Security in these cruel and unlawful deportations of our hardworking immigrants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ruben Sanchez from 234 Northeast 3rd Street in downtown Miami, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the DDA. I come before you not only as a proud resident of downtown Miami, but also as a longstanding small business owner in this vibrant and evolving urban core. Just some information. The mission of the DDA is to enhance the economic and cultural vitality of downtown Miami through strategic development, infrastructure investment, and support for the businesses and residents. Just a simple information on the economic impact the DDA has had not only in downtown businesses, but also for residents. They started the initiative the Follow the Sun, which incentivizes company to relocate or expand to downtown Miami. It has direct support for permitting, zoning, and city navigation, which has helped streamline business launches in our area. For real estate development, it's facilitated landmark projects like Miami World Center and Flagler Street beautification, which has been a very vibrant addition to our area. For retail and commercial growth, investments in streetscapes, lighting, and public safety have led to a notable increase in retail occupancy and tourism spending. We are the new South Beach. It's in downtown Miami. It also has assisted in job creation, attracting corporate headquarters to the area. For us as residents, it's enhanced public spaces. It has an initiative for streetscape enhancements, lighting grants, and public art which elevate neighborhood aesthetics and safety. Community events and culture. It sponsors year-round programming, including art installation, music festivals, and health and wellness events. It's also improved safety and cleanliness. This is not a time to defund or undercut the momentum that we've been generating for the last 15 years. If anything, we need to be more open in dialogue and stronger partnerships to ensure that the DDA can keep doing what it does best, which is building the kind of downtown Miami we all want to live and invest in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Alejandro Martinez. I live at 2525 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Miami. I'm here representing the Brickell Homeowners Association, and I just want to speak about PA1, about the DDA. And it's short and simple. We just want no taxation, and we ask you to please put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. The issue of police partnering with ICE is at the core of who we are as a nation of law and will determine the destiny that we share. The U.S. Constitution clearly states that all people are endowed with unalienable rights. It is our faith in this principle that has built this great nation. The power of this nation to shine a beacon of light and liberty to the world has always been based in our humanity, never in brutality. Jesus' words remind us, "You shall know them by their actions." The behavior of current ICE agents, detaining people without due process and brutalizing some of them, it is not in alignment with the rule of law. It is more in abusing it. The contrast with our trusted police officers is that we need to rely on them to continue to protect the rule of law and uphold the U.S. Constitution. We must safeguard the partnership between our communities and law enforcement. In 248 years of democratic precedents, we have always remained a civil society. We cannot create a state of terror. We are a civil society where dialogues between our constituents and our leaders are possible. This is the hallmark of our representative government. So I ask you at this moment, as this critical moment in history, to do the courageous choice. I know it is bold to say no to partnering the police with ICE. But then you are saying, you are safeguarding our pledge for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Chair, may I have the speaker's name for the record?
Ma'am, may we have your name for the record?
Irene Martinez, and I grew up a few blocks from here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for representing us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Rosado. Your first meeting. I'm very proud to see you have come this far from 10 years ago when we met each other. My name is Ken Russell, 3142 Ohio Street, Little Bahamas of Coconut Grove. I'm here to speak on RE5, RE19, and FR4. With regard to RE5, process is very important. I stood out in the heat this morning with dozens of advocates who care about this issue, and many of them will speak much more passionately than I about why we should not be joining with ICE in a 287G agreement from a moral, legal, fiscal, and liability perspective, nor is it mandated. But under process, there was only a few dozen out there today because the agenda said RE5 may be deferred. When I was the chairman of the commission, that statement was used to let people know it would be deferred, but that we had to put may just to cover ourselves because something like this morning could happen where notification was let out that it would be deferred and then it wasn't. Many people would have come here to speak but for that statement that it may be deferred. And please note that for the future, or maybe even eliminate that altogether, because it sends a message and people can't be heard. I'd like to dispel two myths about RE5 and the agreement with ICE. One is good intending chiefs of police will say, we will not ask for papers in the streets. I ask you to Google FDLE LEAD. This is the Law Enforcement Accountability Dashboard, which whistleblowers on commissions and police chiefs who do not enforce to the fullest extent of the law 287G when they sign this agreement. So please withdraw or defer this item. For the other, and I know I'm running out of time, I am in favor of term limits. I am in favor of even year voting. But more importantly, and Commissioner Pardo, with full, complete respect, I am in favor of process more importantly. If we can pass a resolution asking the attorney to ask our voters about term limits, we can do the same about election years. We should not skip this election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. And Commissioner Kim, I'm so sorry for your loss. My name is Patricia Caparelli. I represent, my address is 9721 Northwest 10th Street, Plantation, Florida, zip code 33322. I represent L3 Harris Technology, and we are currently serving you with our mission critical two-way radios. And I'm here for item CA2, which is regarding mission critical systems. We were surprised being your vendor, and we also represent the whole Florida state. We have a statewide system. We were surprised to learn that there were a $30 million contract being proposed, and there was no competitor. We never heard about this. So it's always good to look at different options, and there's a couple of vendors in the city. And what we're asking here is to take a month to revise. We probably can save 50% of what this is proposed. So we're asking you to please give us the opportunity to revise that 30 million mission critical radio subscriber offer that was proposed. And we're happy to help you save some money. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Good morning.
Good morning, Grace Solaris. My condolences to you. My congratulations to you. Commissioner Rosado. My congratulations to you, Mr. Weissong. I haven't been here in the past 3 or 4 years. Today I thought it was important for me to come because there are 2 items that I am very, very in favor of. One is RE 19, and the other one is FR4. FR4 I fought for years ago when the last charter review committee was formed. I showed up asking exactly for that, term limits on people in order to avoid the recycling of commissioners, of mayors, etc. Some voted for the issue, but the majority voted for it. So it never made it to the commission. Now you have it before the commission. So I congratulate you for you, and I support, and I ask all of you, please, to support it. I also support the issue of, what was the other one? I forgot. The other one is the issue of
the election?
The elections. Exactly. And although we must bear with some ills of additional time, I think the objective of it is very good. So I please ask you to also vote on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioner. First and foremost, I give you my heartfelt condolences and prayers. Words can't really, and I can't really express itself, but it does show a great deal of tenacity and more power as you sit here through your discomfort. So I'm with you. Thank you for showing up, all right? Also, welcome to Commissioner Rafael Rosado. We go a long way back. It's good to see you here. And I just wanted to add another note while I had the opportunity to Commissioner Pardo. I'm still waiting for you to buy me lunch. Okay. But
deal.
I reached out to your office. It's very important. You know, when you became the commissioner through the chair, I was as happy as a flag girl at an LGBTQ flag game. Okay? And so I don't do the cheerleader thing. I would definitely like to have a conversation with you because I feel like you and I at least should relate and identify. You know, we do climbing in the dark. We also do LGBTQ in the dark, and there are just some disparate issues that we face as LGBTQ women. We raise a lot of children, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm here more focused on PH 4, 5, and 6. I'm always big on public housing monies because public housing monies and CDBG monies were virtually made for very, very low income. We're in a box. Hello, sir. And I'm seeing recaptured funds. I don't know where the recaptured funds, there's no information on here. And since this is so focused and specific, there are gap programs that we're amiss of in some funding that take care of those who are most challenged, that qualified us for this monies that we were never considered. And I'd like to talk to you more if given the opportunity or someone to make sure that you get the full message, because what it's causing is a 200% increase in the number of women, mother, and children who are also influenced. And we're not getting the services. I know that the focus is on arresting migrant or immigrant persons who may have the same domestic violence issues and those children, but there is a bigger gap, and nobody's being the hero for that. I know right about now, the father and you and the mother and you will help us get that done. It's really very, very bad. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilman.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and fellow commissioners. My name is Scott Galvin. I reside at 1755 Northeast 137th Terrace in the great city of North Miami. I was on the city council in North Miami for over 25 years. And in 2022, the year, we did the same thing that you're considering doing today by vote of the city council or your city commission, moving our elections to even year cycles. Now, I grew up in North Miami, so I always loved that we had our own standalone election in May. It made me feel like we were doing something special. But I had to become a realist as time went on. As voter turnout declined and the elections became more expensive, I had to admit that it would save money and drive turnout if we moved. And sure enough, in the very first election after we moved it, our municipal turnout, which normally was in the 12% range, jumped to 68%. and the costs of elections dropped because we weren't fronting all of the costs of having all the polls open and all the workers who were there. The county elections department was bearing that cost, and we just sort of scooted in on the side. Now, one drawback you as elected officials might see in doing this is that you're going to have to work harder to make your name stand out on the ballot. Because, yeah, it's true, you're competing with governors and presidents and U.S. senators, but you shouldn't see that as a drawback. You'll have to work harder. You'll have to change your messaging because you're not just talking to the same 20 super voters who always turn out. You're going to have to test your message to see if it plays to a broader audience. But in the end, it's worth it for your constituents, much greater turnout and cheaper expenses. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Theophilus William, 1391 Northwest 95th Street. Refer 9. When we talk about budget, I mean, where's the people of this city? It's not the people. It's a corporation game now. I see so many buildings being built and people still on the streets. It's sad. And you wonder why the kids are killing each other? No place to live. Y'all have not emptied the shelters yet in this community. When I look at Overtown and all these high-rising going up, we losing enrollment of schools and nobody talking about it. And when you talk about budget, it ain't no budget. There ain't no money moving. It's land moving. It's a corporation game where everybody is part of it. It's not a people sitting in this community who pay y'all salary to sit down and tell y'all what we want, but y'all telling us what we want. But when you get in trouble, you want to tax us for what y'all messed up. This goes for the city, county, whoever. It's a game that going on in this city and county. The people are suffering. You look at all this stuff going on. We not holding y'all accountable for it. Because there's too many buddyship going on in here. Everybody moving money. Everybody sitting behind the doors. When y'all gonna stop? Because it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Some of y'all need to just get your house in order because really judgment day come. It's not, when that judgment day come, we have the last say. I'm asking all y'all to do the right thing.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Maria Yorka, 350 Southwest 25 Road. I have been a Rose resident for 33 years in Shenandoah before that, and I am here to speak against the 287 agreement with ICE. Your City of Miami residents and businesses do not want this. The residents that rely on childcare and elder care and gardeners and the backbone of our working community do not want this. The businesses that are struggling to fill positions in the service industry, in the restaurants, do not need this added level of fear in our environment. And I can assure you, as a past director of media relations for the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, if the city of Miami enters into an agreement with ICE, it will get major coverage in Latin America, as all things Miami do. And that, partnered with the horrific visuals of ICE family separations that they are seeing now on the news, it will make Miami feel like a much less friendly place to come to. And let's not be confused. There are a lot of places to go to tourists to shop at, to check out World Cup, many other cities. It will damage the economic health of our city. But perhaps most importantly, as a resident, we have a wonderful City of Miami Police Department. They come to our neighborhood meetings and they listen to us. And of course, as residents, we are always asking for more police officers, more patrols, more. But instead, what we are suggesting to vote for today is to add this list of ICE-related responsibilities to the City of Miami Police Department and its officers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that it's a huge ask because of state retaliation if you vote for this, but please vote against this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Great rising kings and queens. How y'all doing today? My name is Brother Ijamin Gray, 3520 South Douglas Road. I'm here representing all of our constituents and our troubled youth living in this wonderful, wonderful magic city of Dade County. So I'm here to speak on RE19, RE20, and FR4. So starting off with RE20, we'd like for you to approve the designation of Gerald Tinker's Way, truly a pioneer in our community, so we thank you for that. When it comes to the RE19, you know, I'm also for the lifetime ban on term limits. Of course, we are tired of seeing the same families' names and politicians representing our communities. I think that they've had a hold in power for the last 40 years. And it's time to release that power and allow us as people to join them. Welcome to the team. So we definitely would love to continue to talk. On FR4 is skipping this year's election. You know, I don't think that you can ever find a resolution that was put into action that wasn't brought to by the people. So I think that we should hear all our constituents' voices and their cries when it comes to the voting and skipping this year's voting. And while I got y'all platform for this few minutes, once again, we ask if y'all gonna waste money on all these different areas that I've been campaigning at. We ask you that you invest in our youth, invest in the people, hear our cries, because we tired of crying, we tired of coming up here with the same issues. Once again, our motto here at Encouraging Dreamers, Breaking Barriers is we're washing away our youth past, giving us a wax and a shine for a brighter future. And we're hiring 75 youth this summer, and I would love to tap into each and every one of y'all budget starting on July the 1st to August the 2nd. It will be 75 youth that will be hired out here. Thank you for a blessed day. Remember, Juneteenth is this Thursday. So with all that rich history, we thank y'all.
Good morning.
My name is Maria Bilbao. I'm a community organizer with immigrants, and I organize immigrants who live here in the city of Miami. The city of Miami should not approve the 287G agreement, which allows police to collaborate directly with ICE in detention and deportation of immigrants. Do you really want to be part of an administration that helped to disappear of people? Working in the public sector implies a commitment to democratic principles, justice and transparency. You cannot serve the people while being complicit in the fear and terror inflicted by the government on the community you are meant to protect. The moral responsibility is clear: to defend human dignity and due process. It is not enough to write a statement lament of the elimination of humanitarian parole or TPS while allowing police that erase and silence those who are already vulnerable. With all respect, but with determination, we make this urgent and firm call. Do not be complicit. Demand humanity. Vote no on this proposal. The city of Miami must not and cannot be part of separation of family. This must not happen here, not now, not ever.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Isabella. I'm 18, so this is my first time being involved in something like this. But I think it's pretty important to be here, as many of us outside are here against 287G. I'm very lucky that my parents and my grandparents came at a time where immigration was very welcomed here. And unfortunately, it's really disheartening that it feels that immigrants are being criminalized. And it's really important that we vote here today with compassion and with unity, because that's truly what democracy is about and what everyone is here for today. I think that being complicit and being involved in the way that we're separating families is really disheartening, and something that, of course, Miami shouldn't be involved in, because at the end of the day, immigrants are what make this city, and we're very lucky to have this city because of the work and the backbone of immigrants here. So I urge you to vote no and to support the immigrants that you have here and the people that have allowed you to be here. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair. If we could have your last name?
Your name, please.
Isabella Pies.
Did you get it?
The last name? Got it. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Natalia Krasovitsky. As you can tell by my outfit, I did not think I was going to speak today. I didn't even know I could, but I did see someone dressed as a founding father behind me, so there's definitely no dress code. Maybe I'll have to wear that in my next debate tournament, because it's pretty cool. Today, I really wanted to bring into the issue of the 287G agreement that you guys are considering. It's a big agreement. But I know that you guys are supposed to represent Miami, the people of Miami. And I want you guys to know that there are hundreds of people outside these doors, which I'm sure you guys saw, asking you to please not pass this agreement. This is your job, to represent the people of Miami. It is important that you represent our voices, and we're asking you to please not pass this. I also want to bring up the fact that I know you all are smart. Of course you're smart. You're in this amazing position that takes a lot of hard work, and a lot of knowledge, and a lot of education. So I know that when you see on the news of ICE's atrocities to humans who are hardworking humans, I know that you see on the news in the Miami, Florida detention where inmates had to spell the words SOS because of the inhumane processes of ICE detention here. It's important that you represent all the people of Miami living here. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to talk this morning. My name is Lauren Mechanic, and I live in the city of Miami. I am here today to talk about the 287G agreement. I'm here today as an indigenous woman, Potawatomi. Those people, my people, were the original to this land. This is our home long before borders, fences, and ICE ever existed. We were forcibly removed, our children taken, and our language stripped. And our culture was nearly erased, all through policies that claimed to protect, but only caused harm. And now I see that history is repeating itself. Immigrant families are being targeted and silenced, and punished simply for trying to survive. The truth is, nearly everyone in this country came here from somewhere else, by choice, by force, or by desperation. We cannot let that kind of injustice continue under a new name. This 287G agreement with ICE does not make Miami safer. In fact, it creates fear. It makes people afraid to report abuse, to seek help, or even walk outside. That is not protection, that is oppression. Commissioner King, you are a child of immigration. You walked the path so families could survive. You've devoted your life to this community, mentoring youth, leading nonprofits, fighting for housing, and standing up for those who were unheard. You've paved the way for so many other immigrants to believe in what's possible. Because of the groundbreaking work you've done for yourself and our community, that is why I believe maybe you, more than anybody else in this room today, understand what's at stake. Miami is a city of immigrants, of survivors, of people who love this city and call it home, even when it doesn't love them back. You have the power to protect the people, not to punish them. I am asking you from the bottom of my heart, please vote no on the 287G agreement, so cities of Miami can be a place of healing and not harm. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner King. My condolences and prayers to you. I was daddy's girl. I lost him at 35. You were blessed to have your father until 83. I'm Carolyn Donaldson. I'm speaking on behalf of Grace, Grow Rights and Community Equity, Inc. this morning on 3 topics. First, RF 19. We are in favor of lifetime term limits. We're also speaking on behalf of RE 20, which is the co-designation of Gerald Tinker Terrace. And finally, RF 14, which is requesting that we move City of Miami elections to an even year, which will give an opportunity for us to increase the number of individuals that come out to vote. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Madison Rodriguez Fernandini. I stand before you as a child of immigrant success stories, a daughter of educators, and as a school teacher for the families and communities shattered by our city's possible collaboration with ICE through RE5. This partnership is not just a policy choice, it is a moral crisis that strikes at the heart of our values, our Constitution, and the fabric of our neighborhoods. My students are afraid for their parents. My students are afraid to go to school, to go to summer school, to go to their work that allows a roof over their head and food on their tables. They hide and retreat further into the shadows. Your collaboration is not the action of a just society. It is the action of the tyranny in which many of our families fled. As a scholar and a teacher of exile studies and totalitarianism, I can tell you that the most egregious crimes against humanity begin with deportations, begin with government collaboration like the one being proposed here today. How can we, as a city that prides itself on a constitution that our ancestors' countries wish that they had, how can we participate in a system that so blatantly disregards the foundational rights on which our nation was founded? The consequences of these actions are not abstract. Deportations rip families apart, forcing children, many of them U.S. citizens, into foster care and leaving now single parents alone and to raise their children by themselves. This trauma extends beyond the individual. It extends into communities that live in fear. My students are growing up anxious that their parents could disappear at any moment, that they get home to their little efficiencies and apartments and no one will be there. The knowledge alone that deportations are occurring in our cities puts families and our entire community on edge, destabilizing our neighborhoods. We must ask ourselves, commissioners, what kind of city do we want to be? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry for your loss. Bear with me. My name is Carla de Anda. I'm a nanny and the founder of the Right to Freedom Network. We are an organization led by domestic workers for domestic workers, many whom are survivors of human trafficking, to be specific, labor trafficking. In the city of Miami, thousands of domestic workers take care of children, clean homes, and help families every day. Many of you are here today because someone helped your home. Someone took care of your child. We are those women. We are proud domestic workers. I'm here today to speak against 287G agreement because this agreement does not make our community safe. It makes people live afraid. Every day we have received calls from domestic workers that have suffered wasted, mistreatment, sexual harassment, and even labor trafficking. Right now, one of our members, a survivor of labor trafficking, is in a detention center because she was racially profiled. They don't speak out. They don't look for help because they are afraid. They are too afraid to call a police to make a report because they know that this report can lead to detention or deportation. And the abusers know, and they control them, they use them. They threaten to call immigration. They take their wages. We will never ask for help if a police is working with ICE. Let me be clear. We don't know where is the line with ICE. We don't even know if agents are here or in the building. This agreement creates silence.
Thank you.
Please be brave. Be brave.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Marquis Duncan. I live in Commissioner Joe Carroyo's district at 1239 Southwest 13th Court, 33135, and I'm both a registered and active voter in the city of Miami. Commissioner, should I wait? No? Very good. I wish I were here today to thank you for the new park by your office, the speed bump on 13th, or the improvements to the Cuban monuments on that very same street. But I'm here because of something that threatens to undo so much more, 287G, the proposal to pair Miami police with ICE. What's truly remarkable, in the most disappointing way, is that this proposal is even up for a vote in a city with a Hispanic mayor and a city commission where 4 of the members have Hispanic surnames. How can we consider turning police into a pipeline for deportation? This isn't just policy hypocrisy, it's cultural betrayal. And that betrayal feels especially bitter today because on this day, June 17th, exactly 140 years ago, the Statue of Liberty arrived in New York Harbor. She stands for us, for everything this country is supposed to be, and so does Miami. So I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't pass 287G. But if you do, don't pretend that this is still the Magic City. Do it all the way. Strip it bare. No more cafecito windows. Shut down Versailles. Pull the roosters out of Little Havana. Erase the Cuban walk on 13th Street. Tear down the Cuban monuments you just restored. Knock down the Freedom Tower. Close Azúcar. Close Café La Trova. Turn off the salsa, la bachata, the reggaeton, the samba, the compa, the reggaeton, the reggae. Cut the domino tables out of Calle Ocho. No quiten el sabor a Miami, okay? Because if you pass this, you are voting to erase the very soul of this city. Están votando para borrar la alma de esta ciudad. I'm finishing. 287 doesn't make us safer. It makes people afraid to report crimes. Separates families, wastes taxpayer dollars, and sends a message to the city that immigrants have been forgotten.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, City Commission. My name is Woody Beckham, and I live at 2756 Day Avenue. I think it's obvious what you should do on 287G, and I think it's obvious what you should do about the elections going to even years so that we can actually have a turnout of the citizens and voters so that your positions are the voices of the citizens. I don't even know how these conversations are coming up in this city. We should be focusing on so many more important issues that honestly aren't getting attention because these ridiculous issues like 287G are even being talking points. So I hope that the city can get their stuff together and start focusing on the really important issues that are important to your citizens. How do we hold commissioners accountable? Because you're not listening to our voices. You're not voting in the best interests of your districts. And I hope that the changes over the next few years really force you to listen to our voices and listen to what your citizens are telling you. So thank you for being commissioners and being bold enough to be up there to do that. But we are going to hold you accountable, and we do expect better. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman King. Glad to see you, commissioners. Good morning. My name is Michael Putney. I live in Aventura, but I've been coming and covering as a reporter the city of Miami for 4 decades. Mostly I stand in the back with the media, but today I'm privileged to stand and make a few comments to you. I'm here to support 2 common sense proposals that are on your agenda. Number 1, term limits. Term limits make sense. 8 years is enough. I was here when Commissioner Carrillo was elected in 1979. That's how old I am. And I have to say, more than 20 years in office is simply enough. Give other people a chance. This is not a lifetime sinecure, a lifetime job. The city of Miami has so many qualified candidates. Let's get them in office. And that brings me to the second point, which is your elections. I really strongly recommend and agree with Commissioner Pardo that the municipal elections should be moved back by 1 year. I think that the turnout would be incredibly more. I mean, right now, 10 to 14% in some city elections, that is pathetic. If you put the elections to coincide with state and national elections, you're going to get roughly 65% of the voters. That means better representation, better candidates, better government. These are 2 common sense ideas, and I strongly urge you to vote in favor today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Natalie, and I'm here on behalf of my community and my family. When I was 6 years old, my mother was deported, and I was forced to be separated from my family as a child. I had to face grief and separation at 6 years old. I had to move to a new country and find ways to adapt at 6 years old. I had to fly back to Miami by myself due to mental health issues from separation at 9 years old. I had to grow up with housing instability as my father couldn't afford somewhere to sleep without my mother's support at 9 years old. I'm here to fight back against injustice and stand up for the immigrant community that has built this country, this state, and the city. I do not wish for my community where I grew up in to be in fear or to be profiled. Shame on you if you choose to harm a community that has built this city. Shame on you if you choose to criminalize a community that made you and possibly brought you here. I urge you to please vote against the 287G agreement.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Emma Nissam, and I am here on behalf of my community to urge you to vote no on the proposed 287G agreement. This policy would weaponize our local police, turning them into ICE agents and funneling our neighbors into a cruel, inhumane detention and deportation system, examples of which we have already heard sitting here today. It will encourage further racial profiling, terrorize our immigrant communities, and rip families apart using our city's resources. Miami, a city with a 65% immigrant employed workforce, should be a sanctuary and not a pipeline to cages and kidnapping. 287G is dangerous, unjust, and completely out of step with the values of this city, who will not stand for the modern Gestapo. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I also want to send out my condolences to Chairman King. Hello, City of Miami. My name is Christelle Luador. I am the founder of a non-profit youth-led called Gen Z PYT and based in North Miami and advocates for civic engagement, culture empowerment, also community justice as well. Also, as a first-generation Haitian American, I was nationally recognized at the White House for the Haitian diaspora, as well as in United Nations as well, General Assembly, recognizing the Republic of Guinea for my international law and justice as well. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak in strong opposition of 287G agreement, which is a program in no place in a city like Miami where our strength has always come from diversity, our resilience, and also our community. My concern is that the policy trades safety for fear and trust for controls. Not only will it turn our local law enforcement into an extension of ICE, but blurring the lines between public service and federal enforcement. Through these programs, our local jails will not only become pipelines for deportation, but also holding individuals longer than necessary, detaining them for minor infractions, and handing them over to ICE in no regards for their lives or their families or their rights. This does not protect our community, but it rather disappear them, quietly, consistently, and also in many cases without due process. Let's be clear, 287G, it is not free. It is paid by the city and not ICE. And what does that say about our values when we're using local tax dollars to fund fear rather than fund support? So when our families are too afraid to call 911, report abuse, or even take their children to school, that's not safer. We are just silence. And that is not justice. And let me be clear, we do respect and we also appreciate our law enforcement. They are essential to enforce, and our fabric of our neighborhoods. But 287 does not build community trust, it breaks it. This program asks officers to carry out the duties that does not belong to them. We love to say that the city is a cultural melting pot, but culture isn't just for display, it's for dignity. You can't celebrate Haitian flags or our music or our food and our holidays, then support the detention of the very people who created them. That is hypocrisy, that is not heritage. So today I urge this commission, thank you so much for meeting and allowing this time, reject 287G. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Dear honorable members of the Miami City Commission, my name is Dennis Hill, and I have lived in Miami since 1977. I now live in the Upper East Side, part of District 5, your district, I believe, Ms. King. I was a teacher for more than 30 years in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I taught Spanish and English to speakers of other languages. I come here today to urge you, our city commissioners, to vote against 287G agreement. The agreement will do irreparable harm to the trust in law enforcement officials, such as police officers. Many people being victimized in various ways will become increasingly hesitant to come forward to to report crimes if they fear that their immigration status will be investigated upon reporting these crimes. This will not make our community safer. This agreement could and probably would lead to racial profiling and other civil rights abuses such as denial of due process. We've already been seeing this happen. Also, if the local police are busy arresting people suspected of being in the country illegally, this will take time away from their duties of fighting serious crimes. This agreement would also entail increased costs for police and jail services. As it is, Miami is projected to have a shortfall of $387 million, which includes police and jail services. This obviously will also be a problem for Miami, since Miami could incur significant costs requiring the diversion of local funds. Some studies have shown that 287G agreements could lead to increased overtime costs and require budget cuts in other areas. We've already seen how ICE has been raiding various workplaces and Home Depot parking lots, arresting workers and some people wanting day jobs. Many of those people have no record of crimes. Is wanting work a crime? The Thursday, June 12, 2025 Miami Herald reported that a 17-year-old migrant in foster care was arrested and removed from his Pensacola foster home in handcuffs and shackles. Please vote against 287G. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lady Amador. I'm with Florida Student Power. I'm the democracy organizer, but I'm not only here with Florida Student Power, I'm here as an immigrant. My family and I migrated to the United States from Cuba in 2008. My dad came here before us, leaving me as a newborn to achieve the American dream. We're seeing around the US, and especially in the state of Florida, people being targeted for just living. People fleeing dictatorships from Venezuela to Cuba, now being sent back. We see people in ICE detention camps putting SOS and on the side, Cuba. We are allowing these people to be targeted by the same government that hurt them. We see the parole program who has now failed. We see TPS who has now failed them. 287G agreements is loss of trust in our community. It's loss of trust in our police departments. Crimes happen every day. Our communities should feel comfortable enough to be able to call 911. ICE is not working by the law. Our police departments should not fall into that game. I please urge you to vote no and respect the communities that have built the city of Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Andrea Riveron, and I live in Little Havana, a constituent of the Vice Chairman. I'm here to speak on Resolution 5, not on behalf of any organization, but as an everyday Miamian, someone paying attention to the increasingly extreme measures of immigration enforcement across this country, and urging you to reject this task force agreement with ICE. This deal is costly. It's a liability, and it damages trust between law enforcement and our communities. We don't need it. What we do need is a city we can afford, and a city that protects, not targets, its people. I am a first-generation Cuban American. My family was welcomed and given a path forward. My late father came through Operation Pedro Pan, lived through foster care, and is the reason I am here today. His legacy should guide us, not be betrayed. And I cannot stay silent while the city succumbs to an agenda that undermines our community's values of trust and high standards. We are better than this agreement. Please vote no.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to all of the commissioners. My name is Mishrael Seard. I have resided in the city of Miami since I migrated from Haiti 10 years ago, and I'm a proud Miamian since migrating. And I stand before you deeply concerned about the direction that the city is going and the safety and dignity of folks just like me who are a part of Miami's immigrant community. I'm not going to bore you all around the semantics or definitions of the 287G agreement. You all know of the agreement. You all know what it entails. But I do want you all to think about what happens when cities sign these kind of agreements. Mothers vanish from homes, workers disappear from their jobs, children are left wondering why their parents never came home. And I want to ask the commission this question. Is that the legacy that this commission wants? You are making a decision today that will either align the city with dignity and justice or with a system that profits from detention, fear, and deportation. And so we're not asking you all for special treatment. We're just demanding that the commission stands with humanity. We're demanding that the commission stands on the side of compassion and not cages. And the people of Miami are watching, and we will remember who stood with our families and who sided with ICE. So lastly, once again, reject the 287G agreement. Our community deserves better than policies rooted in racism and cruelty.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Victoria, and I was born and raised in Miami, and my family immigrated from Venezuela in hopes for a better life. Immigrants, like my parents, like the people in this room and the people on this commission, fuel our economy and our culture. Our country, and this county in particular, was built by immigrants, and entering a 287G agreement with ICE is a betrayal to the people that you represent. 287G agreements only require a 40-hour online course as training, and in return, our law enforcement act with an authority they are not trained to have, and risk the trust that they have worked hard to build with our community. 287G agreements do not keep us safe. We are putting too much responsibility on law enforcement, and a master of all is a master of none. We see in the news how ICE and deputized police departments are abusing this power and acting impulsively. Immigrants and citizens alike are being racially profiled and going missing in our criminal justice system. These mistakes have damaging repercussions both for our officers and our communities. Please, look around because this affects more than just our most vulnerable. Protect our immigrants, protect our local law enforcement officers, and vote no on entering a 287G agreement and keep our communities united. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, City Commissioners. My name is Christopher Colindres. I go by the name Chris, and I'm speaking on behalf of, as a concerned citizen of the resident of the City of Miami, as someone who has experienced that trauma of family separation. On July 8th, 2012, the day of my 10th birthday, my dad was taken away by ICE agents, and a few months after was deported back to Honduras, where my family's from. I speak on behalf of my family and on behalf of my community to please vote no on 287G, because it just brings fears to our communities, especially for those who have built the city up. Think about the construction workers that have built up all these skyscrapers recently. They're mostly immigrants. And if we keep targeting those same type of people, who are going to build those buildings? Not U.S. citizens. Because if we want to hire people who have the work permits needed, you have to raise wages. And at the end of the day, it's just going to affect the cost of living for a city that's already too expensive to live in for local residents like me. That fear has led to me to pursue my education at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where I currently go to school at. And I flew from North Carolina not that long ago just to speak on behalf of this agreement that you guys are voting on. And I urge the whole community to please vote no on 287G and think about the everlasting impact it has for our communities, especially me as someone who's a first-generation Miamian who have lived here for 21 years of his life and want to see the city prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Rodriguez, and I'm happy to be here. I'm here to speak on two important issues that impact young people, immigrants, and the democratic integrity of our city. First, on the proposed shift on the even-year elections. Although we do support change, youth turnout is especially important during 2026 elections, mainly because of greater awareness and stronger outreach. Aligning with local election and state elections would make the democratic process more accessible, especially to young voters. However, the way the Miami Commission is approaching this reform is deeply concerning. Canceling elections and extending your own terms without voter input kind of feels like a power grab, not a policy grounded with democratic values. A charter amendment allowing Miami voters to weigh in this respect to our democracy encourages more youth to engage, not less. Now on to the proposed agreement of 287G. Miami is an immigrant city. It gives this place energy, its culture, and its economy. Immigrants make up 65% of Miami-Dade's labor force and contributions to $1 billion in state and local taxes. I want to ask everyone here, let's see how many Spanish names are here in the commission. Rosado, Carroyo, Gabela, Pardo. These are not Native American names. These are Spanish names that come from your people, from your land, who immigrated here to give you these names. Why are you going to betray those same people who immigrated here and gave you these names to the people who are here now? That's all I have to say. And thank you. I want to thank everyone here who listened to me, and I thank here for, to be in this commission meeting.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Webertline Dorlis. I'm an educator and the child of Haitian immigrants. I am here to speak against 287G. Our officers took an oath to serve the people, not invoke fear in our community. It's unjust to deport and divide families without due process. Miami is built on diversity and immigrants. 287G has no place here. We are the people. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Good morning. My name is Carol Holland, and I'm a lifelong resident of Miami-Dade County. I'm the proud daughter of Cuban and Haitian immigrants, and I've lived in the city of Miami for nearly 10 years now. I'm watching who supports 287G, so I remember when it's time to vote, because this is not what residents want. The backbone of Miami's service industry is Cuban and Haitian immigrants. These are our family members, these are our neighbors, and we should protect them and their American dream. Local law enforcement should focus on community safety, not federal immigration enforcement at our expense. Listen to the people. We, the people, say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mateo Rivera. I've been living in Miami for the past 2.5 years. And the thing I love most about this city is how diverse it is, the immigrant community here. And compared to other nations and the other states in the nation, this is the most diverse group that I've ever been a part of. This program will lead to more people being negatively impacted by this program, and it will lead to more fear and betrayal from community members. I look at people like Mahmoud Khalil, Kilmer Abrego Garcia, and Eduardo Nunez Gonzalez, a community resident, a Cuban resident who was snatched by ICE while taking out his trash. This local government needs to figure out who they work for, this current administration or the people in this city. I urge the Commission to vote no on 287G agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Chairwoman King, my deepest sympathies. Tim Irwin on FR4 and RE19. Good commissioners, I rise today, summoned not from the fields of battle, but from the firmament of principle, to address a grave affliction upon this republic at the local level. We speak of agenda items FR4 and RE19, measures that fashion a crown of ordinance cloaked as reform, but born of ambition. The proposal to silence future contenders and extend the reign for a year of the present office holders is not liberty, but tyranny in municipal garb. I did not cross the Delaware to see democracy disfigured by delay and deception. 'Tis not the government's place to tell the people whom they choose. It is the people's sacred right to decide for themselves. But this is not the first such trespass. The sponsors of these measures hath long turned a deaf ear to the families of downtown and Brickell. Good citizens who cry out against double taxation and the unchecked dominion of the DDA. Yet they side not with the people, but with the bureaucrats and the benefactors, shielding bloated budgets and golden giveaways whilst neighborhoods go unheard. We are witnessing not reform, but consolidation, not representation, but regression. And now, to silence dissent further, the ballot itself is to be bent to their will. A republic cannot endure if her leaders fear the voice of the governed. I say this plainly. Power is not preserved by silencing opposition, but by earning trust. Let each man and woman who would serve...
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Dinah Escarment. I'm the former chairwoman of Florida Rising, the largest political organization. I am the vice president of the Haitian Caucus, standing as the daughter of proud Haitian immigrants, and I'm also on the DEC State Committee. But most importantly, I am someone who advocates and fights for justice, especially immigrant justice. I'm happy you are here today, Commissioner Christine King, as your constituents are largely made up of the Haitian population over in Little Haiti. As we know, this is not just as someone who stands for nonpartisan organizations. I don't want to just make this a party thing, Democrat, Republican, okay? So people who have concerns about this are not just Democrats, they're also Republicans who have issues with limited local resources and costs. Imagine, we're already stressed thin, and this is going to place additional costs on counties and municipalities. To do training, detention, and administrative burdens are not fully reimbursed by the federal government. That's going to be at a cost to us and the taxpayers, and we can't afford that. This is not the job of local agencies. I am a candidate for state representative, and my fight does not stop here locally. Next year, I will be in Tallahassee, and I'll be fighting for this on a state level, okay? We need to focus on serious crime. You guys are using resources that we can allocate towards things that are more serious. A lot of people in our community, domestic violence victims, they're scared. They're scared to call the police right now when things happen because they're not documented, they don't have paper. Trump, who's also Republican, he just passed a law to make sure that we don't touch farmers, hospitality workers, because we're an asset to this community. So if you can do that, I think everyone should stand a fair chance to be able to work towards the greater goal, the American goal, to come here for a better dream and benefit the United States of America. There's a lot of things that concern us, community trust and cooperation. As I just stated, we don't feel safe. We can't go to the grocery store. A lot of people are not sending their kids to school. We're looking at alternative options at the moment that we shouldn't have to be looking into, because our parents came, my father came here on a boat. He built a business, he built a life for his family, and we shouldn't be having to go through this at this moment right now with all that we have done for the American economy and for America as a whole. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Good morning, City Commission. Good morning to all those in the room. I am Fayola Delika Daisme. I'm standing on behalf of Mayor Alex Desame of the City of North Miami. He is for FR4, and here are some of the reasons with the time that I'm allocated to speak. The reasons why you should support FR4 is that it would help increase turnout. Based on stats, less than 30% of your population turns out on elections in odd years. So turning it into even years would increase not only the general population, but especially the minorities that do not go out for elections, such as the Caribbean community, the Latin, and the youth community. Also, it would be cost effective. It would help to decrease the cost within the city to put your elections in even years. Also, in addition to why it should be supported, is because the overall good is to allow everyone the opportunity to practice their civic engagement rights. And in doing so, that would help to not only increase turnout, but education and awareness of why citizens of this city and everywhere else should be involved in the political process. Other cities have also done similar changes to their elections: Baltimore, Austin, Texas, and as well as other cities. So I do hope that you all will support this, as Mayor Alex Desame and the City of North Miami does as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is David Holtzman. I'm a citizen of the City of Miami. I'm here speaking in support of FR4 for similar reasons that we just heard. Greater public engagement in our elections during the general election cycle, and certainly savings associated with not running off your elections is a benefit to all citizens in the City of Miami. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Hi, my name is Susana Siman, and I live in the neighborhood of Shenandoah in the City of Miami. I urge you to oppose entering into a 28-7G task force agreement with ICE. This program brings no benefits to Miami, only fear, racial discrimination, and financial strain. As a Miami kid whose family, like many of yours, came seeking safety, qué pena. Participating would cost taxpayers millions in salaries, resources, and legal settlements from constitutional violations, taking resources away from the everyday issues we need to fund now. Esto no va a caber bien. Miami is not required by law to join ICE's task force. Let's reject this pointless and harmful agreement. Let's focus on using our resources to make Miami a safe and inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Will Mann, and I'm an attorney here at the Community Justice Project right here in Miami. I'm here to urge you to vote against the proposed 287G agreement. By turning local police into immigration agents, you are inviting constitutional violations and racial profiling, because we know that when police officers join ICE's task force, they make assumptions about people's immigration status based on their language, their skin color, their accent. And we know that because these programs are not new. They've been around for a long time, and in fact, ICE themselves paused these agreements 10 years ago because of rampant racial discrimination. And now that they're back under the Trump administration, we're seeing the exact same kinds of abuses. Collaboration with ICE is candidly immoral, but it's also extremely expensive for this city. When police officers with 287G immigration powers violate people's constitutional rights, it's this city that will have to pay the lawsuits that inevitably come. And of course, it's the taxpayers that ultimately foot the check. Even on a day-to-day basis, cities that sign 287G agreements have to pay for the time and the equipment that their officers then use to go raid their own communities. And of course, it's taxpayers that pay for that too. And I want to be clear from a legal perspective that this agreement is not required by any federal or state law. It is this commission's choice whether or not to enter into this agreement. And it is a bad choice to make on a financial level, on a moral level, and on a legal level. We should be protecting our budget and protecting our immigrant communities, not breaking it to attack them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to start off by sending my condolences to you, Ms. King. I'm so sorry for your loss. Hi, everyone. My name is Mel. I stand here as a daughter of Cuban immigrants and one of the first in my family to be born in this country. I had the privilege of spending Father's Day weekend with my grandparents, and yesterday my abuelo taught me the word guapiar. To guapiar is to hustle and refers to the drive to accomplish something challenging. My family in the 60% immigrant population guapian to make the city great. To be in favor of R35 is not only betraying our people, but it's also disloyal to our history. This city wouldn't be incorporated if it wasn't for the Bahamian migrants who also built this city. Many of our neighborhoods have been built and curated by fellow immigrants, including neighborhoods like Alapata, Little Havana, Little Haiti, just to name some. All of the same guapiando spirit that make our city so attractive. Us organizers and advocates know what we can do for our communities. So I ask you what you can do for us. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, I get the speaker's full name?
Melanie Ramirez.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Diane Camacho, and I am a resident of the city of Miami and have been for the past 24 years. I'm here this morning to tell you a story and to make a request of the commission. About 12 years ago, I got a call from a neighbor saying that there's someone breaking into your house. So I rushed home, and sure enough, someone had tried to break into my back door, which is glass, but it's impact-resistant glass, and they had given up and left. So I made a police report just so the police would know what was going on in my neighborhood. And subsequently, the police contacted my neighbors because they had actually captured someone in the area doing another breaking. My neighbors were able to identify the person, and then we were all asked to come downtown, fill out witness reports. I filled out a request for restitution for my back door. And this man was convicted, and he went to prison. But the prison released him on a work release program, and I started getting a check for $15.47 every week. In the end, he failed his probation, went back to prison, and served his sentence. But for me, it was an incredible example of the community and the police department working together. And so my request of the commission is this. In all fairness to the residents of the city of Miami like myself, and to the police who protect and serve, do not ask the police to do two jobs. Vote no on RE.5, no ICE agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mal Fenn. I'm an archaeologist and a resident of Coral Gables. I'm here speaking in opposition to the 287G agreement. It is in no way an exaggeration to say that ICE is the American Gestapo and should not be welcomed into any community under any circumstances.
The Third Reich quite literally found their final solution by studying the many crimes the United States perpetrated against indigenous people and disabled people, many of which continue today, many committed by ICE agents against indigenous people of the Americas specifically. The playbook of imperial nations has always rhymed, and the imperial boomerang has always returned home, but today you all have a chance to end this cycle here in Miami. I could appeal to logic, quote about how being undocumented in the United States is a civil offense and not a crime, how undocumented immigrants pay taxes and are being kidnapped at their jobs, repeat a number of economic statistics, but my friends and neighbors are worth more than their tax dollars and more than the goods they produce. They have deep and immutable worth as human beings, and they deserve safety and dignity, not to be used as cash cows for private prison company CEOs who take money from our pockets at a time when 60% of Americans can't afford a minimal quality of life, or to be used as a rhetorical device to encourage police officers to brutalize anyone they choose. I implore you all with everything in my soul to vote no on 287G today. To allow ICE free reign in our city would be a craven and cartoonishly evil act, a deadly act of war against our own neighbors and your own constituents. To vote yes on 287G would co-sign a shadowy organization which has already gone so far as to rip a 4-year-old child suffering from stage 4 cancer from their family without medication. There is no benefit to allowing ICE into our community. The choice you all make today will be a test of your humanity. Please vote no on 287G.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mike Davey, I'm the former mayor of Key Biscayne. Commissioners, Commissioner Rosado, congratulations. Look, I'm here to support your move to even year elections. I think it's critically important for turnout. We did it in 1997. We went from 3-year terms to 2-year terms. We saw a rise in participation. We also did it with referenda issues subsequently in about 2010, and we have seen a change. It's important to have your population, your residents engaged and involved in all elections. The more, the better. And being in the odd years, you're not going to see the turnout. I think you all know the numbers. So I'm here to just suggest that you move it to the even years so you can get some things done. As far as 287G, I do think it's an overstep by the state as to your authority as a municipality to threaten you with negative action should you vote against 287G. Stand up. We are the municipalities of Miami-Dade County, and we have to stand up. When the state tries to oppress us, we've got to stand up and be the leaders in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nick Mayer. I'm an organizer with Engage Miami. I'm standing here in opposition to the 287G agreement simply because I'm a son of immigrants. Like many of us, my family came to this country fleeing oppression, fleeing opposition from freedom. And this city has welcomed us, has welcomed the stranger, has welcomed all of us to build this city, this county in such a beautiful way, and to have a sense of trust, public safety in our community, which has been eroded by this agreement. We're seeing this agreement already have impact before we even voted on it. We're seeing immigrants right now that are fearing for their lives and are not participating because they are seeing what is happening to their families and friends. My own families and friends are seeing this fear, and we do not want to stand on this. That is why we are in opposition to this item. That is why we're in opposition to this agreement, because we need to have trust in our community, and this is eroding that right now before a single vote has even been cast by this commission. That is why we're asking you to do your duty and to build the trust back up by rejecting this agreement and not giving in to fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Samaya Wade, and I'm speaking on behalf of Engage Miami in opposition to 287G. My great-great-grandfather moved his family to Miami from North Florida almost 100 years ago, and we would not have been able to survive in this city without the blood, sweat, tears, and love of the immigrant community in Miami-Dade County. City of Miami has over 55% of foreign-born residents, and Miami-Dade County has 73.9 immigrant business owners. If we implemented this, we would be saying to our residents that we don't care for the language, culture, contributions that they've made to keep this city alive, and I think that's abhorrent. I speak out against 287G. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Luna. I live in Fontainebleau. 287G is an agreement that is totally voluntary. It has no reason to be held in a city filled with immigrants. Haitians and Venezuelans aren't eating cats and dogs, as you can just see outside. This is done to harass working people and make them even more afraid to participate in society. If ICE wants to go after criminals, why aren't they going into high-risk areas, but instead harassing job sites where people are trying to earn for a living, as the employers are letting them go ahead and do this without any sort of pushback at all whatsoever, or any criminal penalties? Is a very similar brutality. Why are they arresting people who are complying with their asylum program without any sort of history of crimes whatsoever? As said earlier, ICE paused these agreements because of the rampant racism that the policy promotes. Beyond absurd that there is a black liberation car outside that is for the Miami-Dade Police Department when the commissioners are considering something like this, and Jackson Memorial Hospital doesn't give Juneteenth off for their employees, just like in Christmas. If you're in favor of this agreement, this shows how extremely rampant racism is in this city and how extremely surface level the problems of trying to fix it are, of course. Abolish ICE.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Barasmi Ung. I'm here in opposition of 287G. I am a human rights defender from Cambodia, and I'm here to remind people that unless you are a Native American, we are all refugees and migrants at some point. I'm here to ask that you not cooperate with a police state, because as in Cambodia, even though the original perpetrators of the Killing Fields genocide were gone 46 years ago, the newer version of the Khmer Rouge are still in power years later and are still quietly killing the people who disagree with the way they govern. I am here to ask you to not aid or abet a police state and to not allow it to take hold. From an economic point of view, the undocumented population pays Social Security taxes and Medicare taxes, as well as other taxes that help fund your budget without getting any benefit in return. They work exposed to chemicals, asbestos, pesticides, carcinogens without health coverage. These are jobs that no American citizen would take. In 2022, undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in taxes, more than Amazon, Tesla, Bezos, and Elon Musk pay combined. As a matter of fact, corporations are much more heavily subsidized than undocumented workers. Deporting millions of undocumented workers would shrink the economy of Florida in every sector, in construction, in agriculture, healthcare, tourism, etc., and lose hundreds of billions of dollars in income. The economic contraction will have a snowballing effect and will have devastating consequences, far worse than what happened during the 2008 financial crisis. Please remember the big picture and the economic consequences before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Maria Fernanda Delgado, and I'm over here as a resident from Edgewater, 2900 Northeast 7th Avenue. I'm about to speak about the Miami DDA. I'm an entrepreneur working over here closely with other startups and founders across Miami. I want to express my full support to the Miami DDA. Their impact is visible from clean, walkable streets to dedicated policing and friendly ambassadors programs that make our neighborhoods safer and more welcoming. But beyond public space and safety, the DDA has been a true ally to entrepreneurs. Programs like business incentive grants and property improvement grants don't just help businesses start, but they also help us stay in the community, grow, and obviously reinvest in downtown. I've been personally experienced how these resources can be the push to small businesses, especially like my own, and they can get real traction. They also create meaningful community through events, mixers, and networks that bring together people who care about building the future here in Miami and not somewhere else. The DDA is helping shape a city that attracts talent, fuels innovation, and supports local founders like myself. I urge you to continue to fund and support their mission and momentum so all the initiatives can continue and all the residents can take advantage of these type of initiatives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here to speak in support. First of all, my name is Samuel Doors, longtime resident of Commissioner Pardo's district. Here to speak on in support of moving elections to even-numbered years. Look, folks, this is a no-brainer. In a perfect world, Every eligible person would be registered to vote. Everyone would vote whenever they had a chance. That is not the world in which we reside. We live in Florida, where, among other things, our state legislature decided it was prudent to make everyone re-enroll and vote by mail after every general election cycle. This is voter suppression. This is the state in which we reside. And we just heard from Mayor Davey that on Key Biscayne, when they moved their elections to even-numbered years, they saw greater voter turnout. Let's do the same here. Y'all are elected every time by just a small handful of voters. That's not very democratic. Let's give more people a say. Let's move elections and also let's save some money for the city by moving elections to even-numbered years when folks know that there are already state and federal elections happening. No-brainer, folks. Let's do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Monica Rojas. I live in the DDA district, and I serve as head of Community at Play. We're the #1 pickup soccer app in the world, and we're actually founded here in Miami. And I moved to downtown in 2021 during the Miami tech boom, and the transformation I've seen has been night and day. I'm here today both as a resident and as a community advocate. I believe that community has the power to change everyone's life, especially during this time. As a resident, I want to thank the DDA and thank you guys for supporting us from cleaner streets to vibrant public spaces. The consistent investment in small businesses, the DDA's work is visible and impactful, and I speak as a resident. As a professional, I've seen how the DDA's support directly strengthens community engagement, and last month, with their help, we hosted a watch party at Julian Henry's, and we brought 600 individuals to downtown. This summer, we're going to expand those efforts and we're going to activate local venues, support small businesses, and create moments where people will genuinely look forward to. In a time where technology consumes our lives, real-world connections matter more than ever. Soccer helps, community helps, and the DDA helps make both possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Davis, founder of Coconut Grove Cowboys, here to speak about RE19 and FR4. With our current voter turnout and the cost associated with the voting process, let's push back a year. It just makes greater sense to do so. What's your why, commissioners? I ask you, why are you here? Let me guess, you saw a place that needed help, a space that needed to be addressed, work that needed to be done. Congratulations, you've made it. You've arrived. Now imagine a work site with no deadlines, a project with no end date. Have you been on I-95 lately, anybody? Projects without deadlines linger. How many times can we recycle the same bottle? At some point, it has to become a bag, right? Imagine working hard for 2,920 days, not including weekends, and turning around to say it's not enough. That's enough, in my personal opinion. I think it's time that you make your great impact. I think it's time that you make your great strides. And most of all, I think it's time that you be great in 8 and let someone else have an opportunity. Be blessed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My condolences, Chairwoman, and welcome to Commissioner Rosado. I am Lucia Baez-Geller, and until 1 month ago, I resided at 1450 Brickell Bay Drive in District 2. I've also had the honor and privilege of representing and working alongside the children and families of Brickell, downtown, and Coconut Grove, also in the city of Miami, as their Miami-Dade County Public Schools School Board member from November 2021 to November 2024. And I am here today to urge you to vote no on any attempt to bring the 287G program here to our city. 287G deputizes local police to act as federal immigration agents, and the way that this program is being pushed upon local government breaks down the trust in our communities, the trust that especially our children need to reach out for help when they need it, so that they feel safe to call 911, to report a crime, or to speak out against any injustice, and to live simply without fear. Yes, we all want safe communities, but real safety comes from this trust. 287G doesn't target dangerous criminals. It pulls in people for minor issues or no violations at all, and it just creates fear and chaos. While I lived in Brickell, I lived among people from all over the world. This policy threatens that. In Coconut Grove, I worked with families, many who had been here for so many generations, and others who are just building a new future here. All of them deserve to feel safe, and this policy threatens that. I've seen the fear that these policies create. I've heard about the empty chairs at the dinner tables, the raids, the kids who are afraid that their parents won't come home one day. This is not abstract, this is a reality, and it's happening in our neighborhoods right here, right now. Miami is a city built by immigrants. Our culture, our economy, our resilience, all of this depends on the communities that this policy would target. We don't need more fear, we need more trust. I ask you to vote no on RE5, not just as lawmakers, but as neighbors and as people who love this city. Please stand with our children.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I definitely don't envy you today. I know you have some tough decisions on your plate, but there's one that I think is really easy to make, and that's FR4. I stand here. I support the intentions behind FR4. I believe in increasing voter turnout, but I notice that a lot of the people who've spoken out today do not live in D3. I live and work in D3, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the residents of D3 and the businesses of D3 that are afraid to come here and speak out because we have lived under the tyranny for 8 years of Commissioner Carroyo. So, I am here to speak on
No, Chair, I'm not putting up with this any longer. She comes to every meeting with the same thing. This woman is
Point of order, please. Point of order.
Ma'am, please do not address.
Yeah, point of order.
Commissioner, ma'am, please do not address any of us personally.
Okay.
She should talk about her stolen credit cards, Mr. Harold. Being arrested for stolen credit cards. Being arrested for DUI. Who does she work for? Yeah.
Myself, thank you, proud small.
You weren't arrested for stolen credit cards?
Commissioner.
You weren't arrested for DUI?
Commissioner, please. Ma'am, please finish.
No problem. I ask you to vote against FR4 because I think that you should leave it to the people, the residents and the owners of the businesses in that area who would like to have their voices heard in November. I agree with your intention, Damian Pardo, Commissioner Pardo, but I think it's not right for you to make such a decision of such magnitude on behalf of the people of my area when you don't live in our area. Everybody who has spoken out today does not live in District 3. Key Biscayne, Greater Miami, I spoke to a North Miami man. All those people who spoke out don't live in D3. It's not right. Let the elections play out. Let the voters take their vote. And if we reelect him to some seat, oh well, then we're damned and we damned ourselves. But let us have a choice. Let us have a voice. And next year, if you'd like, hopefully we'll move the elections to even years. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carl Roberts. I live in Coconut Grove under Commissioner Pardo. Term limits are not a partisan issue, nor do they diminish the legislative or fiduciary responsibilities of elected officials to the communities they serve. Rather, they are a mechanism of ensuring that public service remains dynamic and responsive to the ever-evolving needs of the people. In a world that is constantly changing, fresh perspectives and new energies are essential. If a mayor, councilwoman, or councilman is unable to advance their vision for the city within 8 years, it is likely that that vision may never come to fruition. Regarding the proposal for even year voting, the alignment of local elections with national ones should prove positive as long as they appear on the same ballot. The data shows that such consolidation will significantly boost voter turnout in local races, save the city approximately $1 million in election-related costs, and even contribute, albeit modestly, to reducing vehicle emissions by eliminating a separate local election day. On both of these items, term limits and even year voting, I fully support their passage. These are sensible, forward-thinking reforms that benefit our democracy and the people we serve. Time, however, will tell the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings. My name is Mark G. Noel. I stand here today as a proud advocate with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, and more importantly, as a member throughout my community that refused to be silenced with the unjust that is being codified through policies like 287G. To the decision makers in the room today, I'd like to ask you guys a serious question. If you guys claim to care about the safety, then you must also care about justice. If you guys claim to support family, then you must reject policy that rips and separates family and community. I'm asking you guys, instead of expending 287G, we should be looking at other forms of method to invest in our communities, like house, education, healthcare, legal resources, the real building block for safety and dignity for all people in our community. And for the sake of time, because it's hella hot outside and there's other community members who want to express their concern based off this policy, this will be very quick. But for the love of the people, for the love of safety, for the love of our community, and for the record, I'm strongly opposing and advocating to you guys to make a vote to vote no on 287G. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Jamal Victor, and I'm here against 27G. And one thing I want to say is, right, it's not a hard thing. It's not easy being American, and it's also not easy being an immigrant who came to America to have their American dream. And giving the cops the power of ICE, right? Just imagine literally you're at home chilling with your family, then literally, right, your children and you are deported to somewhere you haven't ever been. So, like, you will feel like, I did nothing wrong. And, like, giving cops the powers of ICE, even though it's not even legal, because give me a second, what is it called? Sorry. When a president do an executive order, it's not always legal. It's not binding in law. So the actions, right, that ICE is doing, right, is inhumane. And that's also called kidnapping. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My condolences. Commissioner Rosado, welcome and congratulations. My name is Camilo Mejia. I reside at 3482 Fro Avenue, right here, District 2. And I'm here today to urge you to vote no on Resolution 5, which will authorize collaboration between the City Police and Homeland Security and ICE. This proposal is not just a policy decision, it's a matter of public safety and community trust. We have seen it in the past already under programs like Secure Communities, how entangling local law enforcement with federal immigration agencies erodes the trust that is essential for effective policing. When our neighbors fear that a call for help could lead to family separation or deportation, crimes go unreported, and our entire community becomes less safe. Moreover, these agreements have repeatedly resulted in the wrongful detention of legal residents and people with valid immigration status. Deputizing our officers to enforce federal immigration laws diverts resources away from real public safety concerns and puts innocent people, including children, at risk of losing their families and support systems. This past weekend, the No King demonstrations drew hundreds of thousands of Americans across the country, united in opposition to inhumane and unjust immigration enforcement. Strong turnout at this morning's press conference outside City Hall is further proof that Miami stands for justice, compassion, and unity. I urge you again, do what is right for our city, protect the trust between our residents and law enforcement, stand up for the moral values that define Miami, vote no on Resolution 5. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Genesis Sotomayor. I live in 3411 Southwest 16. I believe that's District 6. I'm here to urge you, please do not support 287G. 287G will only threaten the safety, security, and violate U.S. constitutional, human, and civil rights of due process for so many individuals that add to Miami-Dade's communities and economy. 287G is purely by choice. It is not mandated on a state or federal level. Your constituents are urging you to not support this agreement. These are people, not rental items. They should not be detained for $25 per day. I should not be allowed to block the county from releasing public records, hindering lawyers from effectively doing their job. ICE and the police force are not exempt from transparency and accountability. This is not only an attack on immigration, but on legal status. GEO Group and Core Civic have been profiteering off of these communities for years. Please put an end to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My deepest and sincerest condolences to you and your family. My name is Annabella Grohowski. I live at 409 Lafayette Drive in Miami Springs, and I'm here for 287G. Sorry. I came from Guatemala in 1980, at a time where the country was suffering genocide because the government turned the military and the police on its people. My brother got killed for being a law student. My family and I were persecuted because I was a med student. They didn't like anybody with education. My father was a journalist. So I beg all of you, please, do not use the police to persecute people. We came to this country for a reason. We didn't come because we just wanted to invade America, like the president says. We came in here because it opened its doors to us. My family and I, we actually kissed this ground when we came to Miami. And we thank God for the opportunity to get here and be free and survive and become somebody. I was only 20 years old, and I was the oldest of 7. So we were all kids when we came here. We just want you, please, follow Key Biscayne, follow South Miami. They're rejecting this fact that the governor wants to threaten you guys with holding funds or whatever it is that they want to do. We just need you to please listen to the people. Listen to us. We need your help. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Coney, and I want to speak to you today concerning a street name change. Leadership Prep Foundation is the parent organization of the Coconut Grove Sports Hall of Fame, and our mission is to preserve, support, and to promote historical significance of the Bahamian and Afro-American history and cultural heritage from sports in West Coconut Grove. Moreover, to advance and culture heritage of sports seated in West Coconut Grove and to recognize and induct its champions and its legends, to honor them and to inspire future generations of sports in Coconut Grove. With this in mind, we would like this body to consider the change of the street name from Charles Terrace to Gerald Tinker Terrace. Okay. Gerald Tinker was born January 19, 1951 in Miami. Former track and field athlete, American football player, winner of a gold medal 4x100 1972. My, did he make this city proud. Gerald Tinker attended Coral Gables Senior High and a graduate of 1969. I might add, in 1967, 65 was state and national champions. In 1968 and 69, they repeated that state and national title. In 1970, we went undefeated and the rules changed because we were Coral Gables. So I asked at this time, Gerald Tinker also went on to Munich, Germany, where he won the 4x100 relay. Also on that team was his cousin, Larry Black. The Munich Olympics was Gerald Tinker ran the third leg in the 4x100 relay. but you won a gold medal equal to the United States' own world record, 38.19. Larry Black also ran a leg in that same race. His school was football.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Farah Mahmoud. I am a first-gen Palestinian American and a daughter of immigrants. I'm a pediatric social worker at a public hospital here in Miami. And this is...
And hi, thanks so much for letting us come to speak. I'm Dr. Taylor Rosenbaum. I am a pediatrician in Miami. I also have a master's in social public policy with a concentration in child and family advocacy. So this is something really important for us considering our field. We are really concerned that if this goes through, our patients, the kids of Miami that are just coming to the hospital for the care that they need, the life-saving care that they need, we're really concerned that this is going to have horrible negative impacts. And Farah has a fantastic, really sad story to kind of demonstrate how this could negatively impact our patients.
Because we're already seeing it since the start of this current administration. We've had an undocumented family who have been scared to call 911 during a dire emergency where a baby was found unresponsive. And so they found a family member who was documented, and they ran to a fire station to receive the care that the baby needed. And unfortunately, it was a little too late to save the child. And so we're concerned that this is going to be something that's going to continue to happen, or the kids are going to come a little bit sicker, and they're not going to be able to receive the care that they so desperately need. And I don't think it's fair for us to advocate for children and not include all children.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Ana Sofia Peláez, and I'm speaking today as a resident of District 3, and I also work in District 5. You have my condolences, Chairwoman King. I'm here to urge you to not enter in the 287G task force agreement with ICE. We've heard powerful arguments today about the moral weight of this decision, which as the daughter of Cuban exiles, I share. But this is also about good governance and the responsible allocation of city resources. This agreement will subject our community to an unreliable immigration database, arbitrary enforcement, and the denial of due process that will lead to unlawful arrests, resulting in costly liabilities and litigation. Taxpayers will also bear the burden of higher costs and diminished services while making our communities less safe when crimes go unreported and individuals do not seek medical care, shelter, or report abuse. Trust in law enforcement will be undermined. While I recognize the pressures being exerted, the city is not absolved of its fiscal and constitutional responsibilities to its constituents. I strongly encourage you to reject this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, City of Miami Commission and residents. My name is David Beltran, and my address is 491 Okeechobee Road, Hialeah, Florida, 33010. I am here to make a statement against RE5 and against the City of Miami joining the 287G program. I am an organizer with the Miami branch of the Party of Socialism and Liberation. City of Miami is one of the few major cities in the world where the majority of the population is foreign-born. It is a cliche, but it is true. Miami is a city built by and sustained by immigration. Immigrants in Miami-Dade County contribute about $4 billion in state and local taxes every year. Immigrant businesses account to close to 74% of all businesses located in Miami-Dade County. Not to mention the immeasurable cultural impact that Latin American migration has had on Miami, from trendy neighborhoods like Little Havana to the world-class cuisine recognized by the Michelin Guide. However, I would be contributing to the ongoing dehumanization of the immigrant community if I only highlighted the economic benefits of immigration to our community. Because even if immigrants were a net drain on our economy, human beings should not be criminalized and targeted for state violence just for migrating. Since the first moment of human existence on planet Earth, humans have migrated looking for food, shelter, and protection from adverse conditions. As I think of the trillions of dollars that freely move around the world economy every single year, it is jarring that capital and corporate interests have more migration rights than human beings. I encourage the elected officials of City of Miami, most of y'all, which are first or second generation immigrants, to consider the overwhelming evidence against deputizing local law enforcement for immigration enforcement. Our city has enough pressing issues to spend our taxpayer dollars on an issue that is solely the realm of the federal government. You should be focused on crafting creative policy solutions for issues of homelessness, language justice, and access to transportation. Joining the 287G program will only decrease community trust and over-police our neighborhoods. I ask that y'all vote down joining the 287G program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Rosado. I'm sorry, Commissioner King, about your loss. Today I'm here to speak on 287G, and this is directly from the U.S. Secretary of State's website. Generally, a citizen of a foreign country who wishes to travel to the United States must first obtain a visa, either a non-immigrant visa or a temporary stay, or an immigrant visa or permanent residence. Visitors' visas are non-immigrant visas for persons who want to enter the United States temporarily, for business a B1 visa, or tourism a B2 visa, or a combination thereof, a B1 and B2 visa. In 2023, Congress, 118th Congress, that was under Joe Biden, the summary HR 77 says an individual who overstays a visa shall be fined or imprisoned up to 6 months or both. Such an individual may not be admitted into the United States for 5 years and may not be granted a visa for 10 years. On behalf of Veterans for America First, we formally ask that you either cooperate with the visa or simply invite ICE in to do their job as intended, because the people are operating under criminal status because they have overstayed their visas. If anybody has overstayed their visa, they can actually simply go to the Department of State and apply for an additional extension on their visa. So that way that we're not having to deal with illegal criminals who have potentially overstayed their visas as a whole, because this is an issue within our community where we do have illegals that are really afraid to call the police. They're afraid to do anything already. So that's the objective of it's going to create an issue has already created an issue. How do I know this? Because on 25th Road, I constantly have people calling me, Christy, I don't want to call because I don't want my phone number on the 911 system. Will you please call? It is a major issue where we even saw it in the Icon Brickell building where people simply did not call to even report someone for trespassing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Commissioner Damian Pardo. My name is Rachel Hazen, and I live in the beautiful Coconut Grove at 3000 Bird Ave, 33133. I'm urging you to vote no on 287G. I have the privilege of not being racially profiled and targeted, so I'm here to speak for those who can't. My mom was a nurse and foster parent who taught me that everyone deserves dignity and a place at our dinner table. She opened our home to exchange students from Mexico who became my family. My mom is no longer here, but she raised me to lead with love, and I plan on carrying that through, so I'll be at a lot more of these meetings. Miami is built by immigrants, Cubans, Colombians, Mexicans, Venezuelans, Argentinians, folks across the Caribbean, and we are proud to call this city home. My lifelong partner and his family are Cuban and Colombian. Many of my best friends have Hispanic and Asian roots. Diversity makes our world beautiful. 287G will only create fear, separate families, and damage our trust in police. Policies like this are created to divide us. Let's invest in our community instead. Please choose compassion over criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and sorry for your loss. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to speak today in behalf of disagreeing with the 287G agreement. My name is Mariquero. I live in 1715 Southwest 17th Avenue in Shenandoah, and I'm a Venezuelan immigrant. I'm also an American citizen, a local music artist, and someone who is deeply rooted in Miami's community. I'm here today to ask you to reject the 287G agreement because this policy does not protect our people, puts them in danger. By giving local police the power to act like ICE agents, it opens the door to racial profiling, as we previously spoke about, wrongful detentions, and widespread fear especially in a city like Miami that is so vibrant with immigrants that come from many, many places, as well as people that come from immigrant families. This policy does not only affect undocumented people, it also affects entire households and neighborhoods, mixed status families, permanent residents, refugees, and even U.S. citizens could be targeted, just because we speak a different language or we look different. I have seen what happens in communities that live in fear, such in places as my home country in Venezuela. And this would not promote safety, it would promote suppression. It breaks the trust that is supposed to exist between the people and the system. As someone who has not been able to return back home, Miami is the only home that I have here. And I have built a beautiful, vibrant community here where a lot of us care about each other. And I wouldn't want us to be treated as criminals just for existing and being from other countries. So I urge you to please vote no on the 287AG agreement and protect your community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dear Commissioners of the City of Miami, thank you so much for your attention. My name is Ariane Benitez, and I am a resident at the edge of District 4. I am encouraging you to vote no on Agreement 287G. I am the proud daughter of Venezuelan-born first-generation immigrants. The City of Miami has been nothing but a blessing to our family, a family that reluctantly fled their hometown out of desperation and for democracy and an opportunity to seek a better life. One of the big reasons we were grateful to this city was how safe all law enforcement officers had made us feel. Police officers, state troopers, and other law enforcement officers treated us with respect, tolerance, and patience as we learned to navigate a new community with different customs and rules. My parents, who were not fluent in English, will feel nervous, but never fear being wrongfully detained or racially profiled or questioned about their immigration status. Coming from Venezuela, as many may know, where law enforcement does not protect community members, this treatment was eye-opening to what it really feels like to live in a true democracy and a free country. Voting yes on this agreement will be damaging to that trust that the community has on law enforcement. So I plead you to maintain the social contract and allow law enforcement to do their job, not have to have their job and try to protect people who are fearing them and what might happen to them or their families or their loved ones if they go into their communities. So thank you again. Please vote no on 287G and have a great day.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jimena Cristobal, Carolyn Diaz Gonçalves, Carrie Lopez Alvarado. These three names are the names of American women who were abducted by ICE in collaboration with local police departments. These three women, among many others, are daughters, mothers, sisters, and community members. How does police working with ICE to kidnap teenage girls and pregnant women help to protect us? In Jimena's case, she told us of a 20-year-old, 9 months pregnant woman who was given pills and who lost her baby during her detainment. Carrie Lopez Alvarado was also 9 months pregnant, and she was physically assaulted by ICE agents when they came to abduct her husband. She was illegally detained by ICE as a U.S. citizen and then later required medical attention to monitor her baby's health. I and many others understand the need to deport violent criminals. But this policy you are seeking to approve will not protect Americans from violent criminals. It will instead unleash them unto us all in the form of ICE. County commissioners, if you approve this resolution of local police departments working with ICE and further terrorizing our communities, you will all forever be disgraced as traitors, and like Marco Rubio, you will never again hold elected office. ICE is being used to not only deport the undocumented, but to deport anyone using illegal racial profiling. The Trump administration has revoked legal status for Cuban and Venezuelan Americans, fleeing from communism and sending our loved ones back to the same places we put great effort into getting them out of. They didn't do that to Ukrainians or Italians or Irish, so why people who look like us? Why people who look like they come from America? We are Americans. We have been here since before the United States was even founded. I recommend that you fear we the people more than you fear Donald Trump. We will not forgive how you took family away from us, and we will never forgive you if you approve this racist agenda.
Chair, may I have the speaker's name for the record?
Sir, could we have your name, please?
Jonathan Homan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Prayers and condolences, Christine. Thank you for your service. I know, appreciate it. And I want to say congrats to Rosado, Commissioner Rosado, you stepped away for a second. But my name is Marco Molinette. I am the founder of Florida Film House. We do First Take Youth Film Program, where we teach kids about film. We also do the Urban Film Festival, which we support the local community with a free film festival, do a lot of services as much as we can for the community. And so I want to say, first and foremost, I think RE19, the life term limits, I respect and value the experience of seasoned politicians, but I believe RE19 is a progressive step forward. It opens up the door for new leaders, fresh ideas, and real growth. I'm also for FR4 moving the election. The reform just makes sense. It increases participation and saves the city money, more time to vote, more voices heard, smarter uses of resources. I think it's a win for everyone. I'm also in support of the Miami DDA. I believe this organization plays a key role in growth revitalization and forward progress in downtown Miami. I'm also against the city of Miami entering in this 287 agreement with ICE. I think it just opens doors to racial profiling, breaks communities. I think right now the city of Miami's police department has a beautiful relationship with the community, and I think this harms that relationship. And, I know you guys have some difficult decisions. I wish you guys strength and prayers to make the right ones. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Sania Perez. Condolences, Chairwoman King. I commend you for being here today. I'm here to urge you all to reject any 287G agreement. And I have two fiscal arguments for you all to consider. I was born and raised in the county of Dade. I'm the proud daughter of Cuban and Colombian immigrants. And I'm a first-generation Miami girlie. I grew up protesting Fidel Castro's dictatorship in the streets of Miami and sometimes filling the Orange Bowl to oppose the tyranny. I love my city. It shaped me. It molded me. And our diversity isn't just beautiful, it drives our economy. That same diversity inspired me to be a curious girl, and I joined the Peace Corps, where I swore to uphold the Constitution. And I'm urging you to do the same. ICE is already violating our constitutional rights. My brother, on the other hand, he became a police officer, and as the sister of an officer, I know how much we already expect of our local police. They're first responders, social workers, mental health crisis managers, and now you want them to work as ICE agents too? It's not just unfair, it's unsustainable. And fiscally irresponsible. It will shift the costs of federal immigration to local taxpayers, which I believe would not be a wise move for folks facing an election, maybe, TBD. It would be a big mistake for the city of Miami to allow police officers to enforce the ICE agenda. The city of Miami residents would be responsible for training, overtime, and legal liability. And we know that they are, I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Alexandre. I work for the Downtown Development Authority. I'm a Downtown Miami ambassador, and I'm here to encourage you all to keep the Miami DDA. I've lived in Miami for almost 40 years now. December, I'll be 40 years old. And I can respectfully say that downtown Miami was a ghost town when I was a teenager. Right now, it's vibrant. There's activities. It's much more beautiful than it was before. It's a lot cleaner, a lot safer. And I know that the work that I do along a lot of the ambassadors and the people who are outside cleaning, I know a lot of our work, it's making a difference. So today I'm here to just encourage you to keep the Miami DDA because what they are doing works. I'm living proof of it, not only because I work for them, but because I've lived in Miami, again, like I said, for almost 40 years. So again and again, keep the Miami DDA. Thank you for your time. Condolences, Chairwoman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Commissioner King. My continued prayer for your strength to endure the process, to stay strong, in Jesus' name. Cecilia Stewart, 1899 Northwest First Court. This proposal for FR4 is for we the people to participate in the process to determine what we want. I establish that if laws are changed, they are changed in our favor so that we the people may prosper in the city of Miami. Therefore, I support the people and what the people want. If the people want FR4, give the people what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia DeStefan. I live in Miami Beach. I'm here to speak against the agreement 287G. Firstly, I would like to start off with what this agreement would entail. This agreement would mean that local law enforcement would act as immigration agents. That means police officers who are supposed to protect and serve their communities would initiate immigration law. This mixes up the job of local police with immigration enforcement, and that will lead to serious problems within the community. Serious problems such as the decrease in trust within the community. When an immigrant hears that local law enforcement are working with ICE agents, they start to lose trust. They won't serve as witnesses, they won't report crimes, they'd be too afraid to. Another thing that this will lead to is racial profiling and the wrong targeting of people based on how they look or speak. If you think that in this society, in this world, there aren't racists out there, there are. And there are some in this community as well. This agreement encourages discrimination and undermines our constitutional protections. With this agreement, you are giving permission to racially profile someone who looks like me. Imagine me walking down the street looking exactly how I look, but I'm only speaking Spanish. And I walk by some police and they stop me and ask me for ID, just because they can. See, with that example, you allowed my safety to be jeopardized, and I'm not even an immigrant. Local police should not be immigration agents. Their job is to protect and serve everyone in the community, regardless of immigration status. Ending or refusing to enter this agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Louis McMillan. My business has
Good afternoon.
resided in Edgewater for the last 30 years. I'm here to support two common sense reforms. The first is with the election cycle. Anytime we have an opportunity to enshrine increased voter turnout, it's such an incredible one. And, you add to it the cost savings, it just seems like a no-brainer and would be a huge disappointment if it didn't get through. And the second is with term limits. I mean, I think 8 years is plenty of time to serve. Aside from giving the opportunity to new blood for leadership, it also protects us citizens. So as the young lady aptly said a little while ago, go be great in 8. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Alexandra Garcia, and I'm here as a concerned citizen of Miami, a city that has always prided itself on diversity, humanity, and its resilience. I stand firmly against Resolution 5, authorizing Miami-Dade Police or Miami Police Department to perform immigration enforcement duties under ICE is a dangerous and irreversible mistake. First, this will make our officers' jobs harder, not easier. It adds federal immigration tasks onto their plates with little training and no additional compensation, taking them away from solving real crimes that impact our real safety. We're turning beat cops into border agents, and that's not what they signed up for. Second, it violates the very spirit of the Fourth Amendment. We're opening the door to racial profiling and unconstitutional stops. What counts as probable cause? An accent? Maybe a last name? Maybe the color of my skin? Third, this agreement is permanent. Once we sign it, there's no undoing it. What happens under a president who disregards immigration rights and constitutional boundaries? I wonder. We're federalizing our police force now. Who knows what cause and what for? Fourth, this is Miami, a city built on immigrants, sustained by Latinos. We're going to stop every person who looks like me, who looks like we're from Latin America, and ask for their papers? Is that who we are today? And finally, to the Cuban American commissioners and the mayor, this is what your family fled from. A government that gives the police unchecked power, that lets the state dictate identity, loyalty, and legality. We escaped the surveillance state. So did I, and so did my family. Don't help create one here. This agreement does not make us better. It makes you complicit. Please vote no on Resolution 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman King. I'm sorry for your loss. My name is Stephen Gross. I live at 325 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the MDDA and why they should remain. A lot of things we would lose if the MDDA wasn't around anymore. Last month alone, they picked up 4,500 bags of trash. They took 1,125 inches of graffiti off of buildings. 22 blocks were pressure washed and cleaned. They gave 650 additional hours to policemen to make us feel safer in our community. And as the community grows, we need that. They put 21 security cameras in the streets and 8 license plate readers so we know who's coming in and out of our city and can keep track of that. The MDDA does a lot of good. Sam did not know he was going to be here today, came up and spoke. I see him 5 or 7 nights a week out on Flagler Street. You should meet him sometime. He goes up to everybody, introduces himself, asks them if they can find everything okay, if they need to get a walk there, if they don't maybe feel safe. It might be a lady walking by herself, and it's dark at night. And they're friendly, and they make you feel good about it. That's an MDDA program that's worth keeping around. The other thing that people are advocating against, the MDDA made a partnership with Barcelona, probably one of the most recognized sporting teams in the world. And they're going to come to Miami. And there's conditions upon them getting that grant. They have to meet certain criteria before they get the money. They have to build retail spaces. They have to build other things that they agree to in order to get that money that's going to bring business into downtown, create jobs in downtown. And that's why they came here. They could have went to Tampa. They could have went to Atlanta. They could have went to Orlando. We got them to come here. And sometimes you got to spend a little money to get a little bit of money back. And they're doing a good job. And let's keep the MDA and get rid of the DNA. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend who's much more articulate but had to leave for work just now. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sabrina Diaz, and my address is 3334 Charles Ave, Miami, Florida, 33133. I'm an organizer with the Miami branch of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I urge the Miami commissioners to vote against 287G. My family came to this country like so many others, working hard, paying taxes, and building a life. Now we're being asked to support a policy that means a single mom would be too scared to report an abusive partner, construction workers cheated out of wages would be too afraid to speak up for what they've earned, and kids could lose a parent over a broken taillight. Workers and families will live in fear of deportation, and Miami taxpayers will foot the bill for costly lawsuits and misplaced priorities, just like Marion County's $150,000 wrongful detention settlement. Cities like South Miami and Key Biscayne are resisting, and we must too. We're a city of workers, of nurses, of teachers, dishwashers, and roofers, and we refuse the targeting of families, workers, and community members that built the city. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Yaneliz Valdez. I reside at 58 Northeast 14th Street, and I'm here to speak on RE5 and ask that you all vote your conscience today. You are all immigrants, or like me, the child of immigrants. Our city is majority immigrant, and this will impact our communities directly, our neighbors, and our loved ones. ICE is terrorizing people across the country in plainclothes and unmarked vehicles. Conditions at the Chrome Detention Center are abhorrent, and although not in the city, in our backyard. My family, my friends, and so many folks in the community are horrified and anxious about this authoritarian and fascist agency. Immigrants are being detained unlawfully. People are being targeted, and including citizens, with no due process. Students at FIU, a large international university, have had their visas revoked. Visitors from other countries, including France and Canada, are having issues coming into our country right now. I'm disappointed in Hialeah, in Homestead, and other cities that have voted to partner with ICE. And I'm asking for you all today to do the right thing. Do not enter into a 2087G agreement with ICE. That will not make our community safer. It will make us more unsafe. Please protect us today. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to recess for lunch at 1 o'clock. I want to ask our Sergeant at Arms if they would like to go outside and extend to the residents that are waiting to speak to see if they would like to identify one voice to speak collectively for them instead of coming back after the lunch break. It's optional. We will hear everyone that wants to speak, but some may not be able to come back after the lunch break, and they may want to come as a group, is what I'm trying to say. Instead of individually, they can band together and come as a group and identify one person to speak on behalf of all. If you guys could do that while we continue to listen to the public commenters that are before us. But please advise them that we will be breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock to give them notice if they want to come back or if they want to have someone collectively speak on behalf of the whole. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Angel Rivas. I'm just going to state some facts you guys probably already know. Black people and Latinos have a 7-time higher exoneration rate for murders and crimes in general, violent crimes. And the pullover rate for blacks and Latinos is disproportionate to whites in the daytime, but at nighttime it actually evens out, it equalizes with whites because police are racist in this country. This is a fascist country that supports racist laws. And if we push the police and give them more control to support ICE, they're just going to use their racial discrimination tactics like they've been using to fill prisons. Instead, they're going to use it to deport people. These people are going to destroy your community. They're going to destroy your families. They're going to rip families apart. These people are monsters. They don't care. They already know this. They know everything I'm saying. They've heard it 1,000 times. They're bored. This guy was on his phone 2 seconds ago.
Sir,
all
please
right?
do not address
so they
any of us
They don't really
personally.
care. All right? They know all this stuff already. But just know, I don't know if you guys are religious or whatever, that if there's an afterlife, you are not going to the good place. All right? Because this is destroying families. And like I said, the police statistically are racist. There's no explanation for why they pull people over more, black people and Latinos in the daytime. There statistically isn't a reason. They just do it because they can identify you. And then at night, like I said, it's even. Weed, cannabis, they're consumed at the same rates. Whites and black people consume cannabis at the same rate, but they're arrested disproportionately. Again, you see this discrepancy all the time. The exoneration rates, like I said, black people and Latinos, 7 times higher. They're founded falsely. That means that the conviction was wrong. That's what that means. I don't know if you guys know that. But what I'm saying is if the police help these people, it will be a catastrophe. A catastrophe. And you guys will be responsible.
Thank you.
You guys will be responsible,
Thank
especially the
you.
guy smiling.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabella DeLoca, and I'm the Executive Director of Lotus House Women's Shelter. Madam King, so sorry for your loss from all of us at Lotus House. I'm here to speak in support of the DDA, an organization that has been essential not only to the downtown community, but to our Overtown neighborhood. Our partnership with the DDA began in 2021 under the compassionate leadership of Commissioner Reyes and their amazing DDA team, initiating a pilot program that paired Lotus House team members with DDA ambassadors. Several times a week, we would go out to the streets and connect women and youth experiencing homelessness in an attempt to offer basic services, ultimately referring them to shelter beds and off the streets. This program successfully sheltered and permanently housed some of our community's most high special needs women, youth, and children, many of who were chronically homeless. Our partnership has expanded into the support of important initiatives impacting our children, including school uniforms, school supplies, and now life-changing funding for our families. More than an entity, they are champions in our community and have made an incredible impact to the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me just unlock. Okay. Commissioners, my name is Angel Montalvo, born and raised in Miami-Dade County. My address is 2911 Southwest 21st Terrace. So I'm District 24, represented by Commissioner Rosado. I am here today in strong opposition to Resolution 5, and I want to remind everyone here that we are actually on a settlement. This is a colony. This is stolen land, and we've already heard that from many voices in the audience. And I just want to take a moment, if everybody could raise your hand, can you afford to live in the city of Miami? Not really anybody raising their hands, right. City of Miami is not an affordable city. Why do I bring this up? I live in the same family home where I was raised by my mother, who came here undocumented from Honduras and worked as a social worker. My father, and I live where my father, who came from Cuba on a raft, seeking freedom, spent his final days. Today, I speak not just as the son of immigrants, but as the president of the People's Progressive Caucus of Miami-Dade. I'm also the vice president of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida. I'm here to strongly oppose what is essentially... ICE has shown time and time again that it operates with impunity, terrorizing our communities, disappearing people without identifying themselves, and bypassing basic legal protections or due process. That's not public safety, it's state-sanctioned kidnapping and human trafficking. Let's be clear, Miami is a city built by immigrants. We are not a threat. We are the heart of this community. This vote is not just about policy. It's about who we are as a city and whether we will uphold the dignity and humanity of our neighbors. This is a pivotal moment. The city of Miami is watching to see. Will this commission side with our immigrant families or with those who use fear and xenophobia to divide and harm us? Keep our families together. Vote no on 287G. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask a question. Are people who are in chambers, who have seats in chambers before us on this podium, because we're supposed to be taking folks from outside only, because everyone in here is in comfortable seats in air conditioning. I just received a text message, Madam Chair, getting a lot of complaints from residents waiting outside for hours. They want to speak, some seniors. I'm asking that if you are located in chambers, please sit down so the folks that have been waiting outside in the heat can speak. I'm not clear if that's still happening. I'm going to leave that to our Sergeant at Arms to straighten out. I know you weren't standing outside.
I was outside for a bit.
I think it's your turn. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jessica Gutierrez. I live in 15134 Southwest 161th Street, Miami, Florida 33196. And I just find it very interesting that our County Commissioner Gonzalez came to this country when he was 2 years old, and he was carried in the arms of his Guatemalan parents, left everything behind so he can have a seat at the table, right? And yet he's the one proposing this ICE collab 287G, a program that would criminalize the very courage that his family once had. And City Commissioner Carollo, hi, ¿cómo está? Ese cafecito que tú te tomas. Okay, sorry.
Ma'am, do not address
You
any of us.
arrived, sorry about that, Ms. King. You arrived at the U.S. through Operation Peter Pan, a humanitarian program created to protect Cuban children, and you were welcomed and later reunited with your family, and that protection changed your life. So how can we be support of a program that would deny today's family the same choice? When you hold a seat at the table that has so much influence and power. I know the argument, but I came here legally. And to that I say legally is not a moral compass. You came legally because there was a path, because someone opened that door for you. So make that path for others to do the same. Because the laws of the time allowed you, correct? Today the path has been erased for millions, especially our poor, brown, working class immigrants. 287G will not make it safer. It would turn our police, like many have said today, into ICE, our neighbors into targets, our communities into surveillance zones. And it would criminalize the people building your high-rises in Brickell, picking your produce in Homestead, laying your I-95 roads that you drive in every day, raising your children in Coconut Grove, making your cafecitos in Hialeah, and the ones that are rebuilding Miami with their hands, their backs, and their blood. Well, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jose Felix Diaz, 2 Alhambra Plaza, Suite 102, Coral Gables, Florida. And I, like many people before me, am deeply sorry for your loss. You had heard previously from L3 Harris. I am here on behalf of L3 Harris. They're one of 2 radio providers in the state of Florida. They actually have the state of Florida contract, and they're the incumbent for the city of Miami. Currently before you, you have one of the largest piggyback contracts I've ever seen, a $30 million contract for Motorola. We're not asking for there to be a procurement tomorrow. We're asking for you to defer that item and allow us to make an offer to the city. That contract is for $30 million. We believe we can give the city new radios for half that price for at or around $15 million, which could be a significant savings. We were not aware of these discussions till they were put up on the agenda. So we just asked for time to be able to sit with fire and police and make a counter proposal that we think will save the city a lot of money. That's it. CA2.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm speaking on RE5, RE19, FR7, and DI7. I support moving elections to even years to boost support, to boost turnout and save money, but only if it's done right. FR4 is about stealing an extra year. It's a power grab dressed up as reform. Voters elected you for 4 years and not 5. Canceling the 2025 elections without a public vote is a direct attack on our democracy, and it's unethical and an abuse of power. Miami needs real reform, such as expanding commission seats, fair redistricting, and lifetime term limits to break entrenched power and end the recycling of politicians. On DI7, the DDA, it keeps overburdening downtown and Brickell residents with double taxes. Please put the DDA on the ballot and let the people decide. On RE5, the people say no to partnering with ICE and no to the 287G agreement. We say yes to standing with our immigrant communities. The city is drowning in corruption, shady contracts, backroom deals, and public money lining private pockets, while communities suffer. Miami deserves transparency, accountability, and an end to this corrupt circus. Please vote no on RE5 and FR4 and vote yes on RE19. Put the DDA on the ballot, start serving Miami, or please step aside. Thank you.
Chair, my apologies. If I get the speaker's name.
Sir, could you give us your name?
I'm so sorry. It's Siani Cox. Thank you. And I'm a resident of District 3.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Aziz Abourdin. I reside on 8700 Southwest 181 Terrace. And I'm a co-owner of Cooper General Communication. I'm here to speak on behalf of item CA2. I am a co-owner of a Miami-based company that have the honor and pleasure of serving your L3 Harris radios for several years. I come before you today, and I'm also, I live here, and I have been serving the public safety community communication for the last 30 years. And I serve your current radio system 24/7, along with your JSA technicians. I come before you today because not only as a vendor, but as a local business owner who has been part of keeping your police and fire radio system operational and reliable. What concerns me most about this $30 million sole source award that has been moved forward without any conversation with Hoover General, your local provider, or L3 Harris, the people that know your system better, they were not consulted at all about this. I can tell you definitely that your current rating that you're using today are functional and well within their expected life expectancy. And if there were any systematic issue, I would expect an honest and frank conversation with your administration about any issues, which would have done that before. Unfortunately and sadly, that didn't happen this time.
Thank you.
This deal.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, commissioners. My name is Jenna Lutz. I, like many others, waited in the heat all morning to come and urge you to vote against the 287G agreement. I do find it genuinely heartbreaking and repulsive that I even have to come here and talk about this issue that would directly support terrorizing and separating families and entire communities. The entire United States of America, especially South Florida, and especially Miami, is built on immigrants, communities. People come from countries which are often torn apart, directly or indirectly by actions of the United States sometimes, and they deserve ease in building a life they are happy and fulfilled with, regardless of status. They also don't deserve to be racially profiled, forcefully deported, or forced to endure inhumane conditions throughout the entire process. Immigrants are a pillar on which our entire economy stands. As a working class person, I've been blessed to grow up with, work, eat, and be in community with immigrants who do so much for our communities. They build so much and they get so little in return, even though they deserve so much more. They contribute to our cultural diversity, which is supposed to be a founding principle of this country. So to collaborate with ICE is to give direct support to the disgusting racial profiling that threatens the safety and livelihoods of so many innocent people and people that I love. I'm tired of hearing rhetoric from our highest power structures of how they're all criminals. This is just a lie to pit people against each other and take away from the real threats that we face in our day-to-day lives. The people want their immigrant neighbors to be able to come freely and build a happy lives for themselves the way that we've all been able to do. I'm a proud supporter of our immigrant communities, and I urge you to reconcile with the reality of Miami's economy. Do not vote for this. Do not collaborate with ICE. This is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Gilberto Hernandez, 40-year resident of Little Havana. And as an employee of the DDA and CRA, I'd like to speak personally on what this organization means to me. And it means change, the ability to move forward and better yourself. It's developing new friendships with your coworkers. You know, there's a diversity of religions and ages, backgrounds, upbringings. It's about teamwork, working with each other and for each other. It's about the community. One of the things that gives me the sense of pride and joy is when the people of the neighborhood acknowledge the work that you do in their community. They thank you for it. And another thing that I find uplifting is when I see a little kid walking with their parent or in a stroller. They give you a big, bright, beautiful smile. They say hello. It's a little bit heroic because at that moment, maybe in their eyes, that's exactly what I am, a hero to them. And I want to thank the people who thought of the idea of the DDA and brought it to fruition. And no matter how grateful they are for the work that we do for them, I want to say that I'm grateful for the opportunity to wear this uniform and represent this company. So on behalf of myself, my current coworkers, and all the employees, past, present, and future, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. And I just hope that we represent the DDA well and that you guys can see just how much this organization means to us and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Connor Palmerville. I'm a Coral Gables resident, but I grew up in Miami, born and raised here, lived here my whole life. I'm here to urge the commission to vote against the 287G proposal of police partnering with ICE. I think it's going to be a complete waste of resources and only stoke fear into the people who live here. I know people in my life who are afraid to leave their house for ICE presence in our communities, especially when they're arresting people without due process. I think partnering police with ICE is only going to make people more afraid, more hesitant to reach out. It's inevitably going to cost the city lawsuits as they're going to be trying to meet quotas of arrests. And yeah, I think it's cruel, and I urge the commission to side with their residents rather than pressures from higher up in the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
my name is Joel Gonzalez, and I'd just like to speak in opposition of the RE5 and the integration with the 287G movement. I'm going to keep my message short, as so many earnest voices have come and spoken about their experience and just how it affects them. And I would hope that you as leaders hold an honest and earnest ear towards the community, because this is a very important place to have just this right here, where you can actually, this is the place for listening. And I feel that the commodification of the injustices that are currently going on within the system of deportation in these recent times it's just incongruent with Miami. It's just incongruent with that listening process. So I would hope that you would have some bravery for your community. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Annette Contreras, 7520 South Red Road, South Miami. I'm a resident of Little Havana under Joe Carroyo. I'm proud of the work that I do here in Miami. I design parks, I restore broken spaces across South Florida, and I build public projects in places like Miami Beach, the Metro Rail, and more, mostly working with the city, the county, and other agencies. Immigrants are not criminals, no matter how they came here or why they stayed. My friend and loved ones are not criminals. They are loving teachers, laborers, environmental workers, nurses, and more. They're undocumented because of a broken immigration pathway, not by choice. I've witnessed this helplessness and rejection my whole life. Criminalizing undocumented immigrants for trying to build a better life is wrong. You cannot throw around the words unity, freedom if you are in support of this bill. You cannot scream law and order while celebrating unlawful detainment, racial profiling, and ICE ripping families apart. You cannot cheer on cruelty like it's justice. You cannot call undocumented people criminals when they work, pay taxes, raise their families, and follow order, just like you. This isn't about crime. This partnership is about control, something that is deeply unpatriotic. This is not freedom, justice, or democracy. For undocumented people, encountering law enforcement is terrifying. These are the people who built your house and provide the food for your lunch today. Look after children and elders, not criminals. They're members of your community who look up to you for protection. You do not bite the hands that feed you. Blaming immigrants and feeding fear solves nothing. Police officers do not want this and do not need this. To reiterate, deporting hardworking people who give so much to communities does not solve anything. ICE ties do not help any issues as a country or city. 287G hurts trust and unity when we most need it in this divided country. And I do not wish forced family separation upon anyone. Ending the discussion with "they came here illegally" ignores decades of love, labor, and sacrifice that have shaped this country.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua. I live in Little Havana, born and raised here for 30 plus years. And I'm not going to throw numbers at you. I'm not a public speaker. I don't work with any organization. I am the product of immigration. My grandparents immigrated here in 1962. They came on the Freedom Flights. And I was raised to be as white as physically possible for a situation like this. 287G. The fact that I have lived long enough to see all of that hard work come to fruition is horrifying. The fact that anyone here has to argue numbers with you, statistics with you, for you to find
The humanity, not the morality. Because by law, morality is not enough to argue in court, but humanity is for why this shouldn't pass. We've already seen that ICE is willing to break the law. We've seen them stanced out of Miami-Dade courthouse. We've seen what they've done in California. And those are people who are actively trying to get their things together. So my question to you all before I leave is, why do you think you're safe from them? Have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'll let her speak while you do that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nia Rivas. I'm a resident of District 3. My zip code is 33128. Miami is fundamentally an immigrant city. Entering to this 287 agreement would be idiotic and morally apprehensible. It is a city made of approximately 55 foreign-born residents, 67 people who are Hispanic/Latino. More than half of Miami's immigrants are employed in the workforce and are business entrepreneurs. You would lose a significant portion of your over $4 billion immigrants provide to annual state and local taxes. I am proud to be a second-generation immigrant. Even I would be targeted by this agreement because of racial profiling. Law enforcement are poorly trained on the local residents' dime, and the system is set up so that people only need to look like they are foreign-born. Because this agreement, at its root, is a political theater performance to incite fear and mistrust. So I ask a rhetorical question, emphasize. So I ask Commissioner Joel Carollo, who immigrated here from Cuba in 1961, would ICE-trained police have approached you and your family, knocking down your door as a 6-year-old child, separate you from your loved ones, like the children and people, immigrants, living here, living that reality right now? Do you and your fellow commissioners on this panel want to be responsible for the waste of time and taxpayer dollars, fear and heartache that will result from this agreement? I urge you all to vote no, because your first priority should not be the approval of the current administration. It should be to the people of the city, to the quality of our lives, and the people who elected you. I leave you with this poem. Miami is a poem we all write together. So don't just stand around here. Do something. Be better.
Thank you.
I'm Reynold Martin. I'm from Coconut Grove. My family's been here since the late 1800s. They're from the Bahamas. And I'm here to support the co-designation of a street called Gerald Tinker Terrace, along with Charles Terrace. I'm also here to support FR4, RE20, RE19, and I oppose RE5. You know, we've been in this community for a long time, and I hate to see us to tear down relationships that we've been building with the police. We used to play them in softball every summer, and it's been nip and tuck. Most of the time we beat them, but we're asking them to come back and let's build a better community. We don't need our police officers creating tension among us in the community. We want to be friends with everybody. We want to build better communities. And I don't support RE5, and I'd like to see us move forward as a community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tomas Kennedy. I live in 6601 Northwest First Place. I'm a constituent of yours, Commissioner King, and also want to say I'm so sorry for your loss. I also want to thank all of the Miami-Dade residents that showed up today en masse to oppose the 287G agreement. Thank you, Commissioner Pardo, for being outspoken against it. I hope the rest of you are. And the residents have made such great points that I want to keep it short and just address some technical matters. So in terms of, when it comes to the law, right, the 2024 Florida status that include those established during the 2025 Special Session C, Statute 908.11 says that the sheriff or the chief correctional officer operating a county detention facility must enter into a written agreement with the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement to participate in the immigration program established under the 287G section of the INA. Another speaker said that when you sign into this agreement, you are locked in. This is true because under the same statute, 908.11, only the State Board of Immigration can give you the authority to rescind this status. So you are locked in if you do this. Now, per the status that I just read you, you guys do not operate a county detention facility. You are under no obligation to sign into this binding agreement that you will later not be able to pull out, and that creates incredible administrative burdens for the city and liability. So I'm obviously in opposition. I think this is a really, really bad deal for the city. And also I want to reiterate, I may not like this, but every single person that is detained by City of Miami police is ultimately turned over to the county where they are vetted for ICE detention. So there is really no need for you to do this and no legal obligation for you to do it. And I'll end by saying the City of South Miami is currently in a lawsuit seeking declaratory judgment on this question. So please vote no or at least defer this. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman King, Board of Commissioners. I'd like to thank everyone who came out to speak against the 287 agreement. I got a lot to say, so I'm going to speak fast. Pardon me. My name is Oscar Alejandro. I live at 199 Southwest 12th Avenue, and I'm represented by Joe Carroyo. RU5 would authorize a MOA between the MPD and ICE. This would result in an increased workload and immediate distrust of MPD by the 57% foreign-born residents whom they swore to protect, and another unnecessary financial burden for Miami taxpayers. While ICE covers the cost of training, 40-hour online course, state and local governments shoulder the majority of costs associated with this agreement. MPD will be responsible for travel, housing, and per diems for officers during their TFO training, as well as salaries and overtime for work performed in furtherance of the additional responsibilities. This agreement also requires members to maintain a security clearance, which necessitates participants to undergo a background check costing between $400 and $5,000. The International Association of Chiefs of Police has also condemned this partnership, stating that local police agencies rely on the cooperation of immigrants, both legal and undocumented, in solving various crimes and maintaining public order. These sentiments are also reflected in the MPD Departmental Order 11, Chapter 14, regarding undocumented persons, to which I have here, and I quote, "The MPD recognizes and values the cultural diversity of the community it serves. The purpose of this policy is to ensure the safety and well-being of all persons, regardless of their immigration status. The primary responsibility for the enforcement of federal immigration laws rests with the Immigration and Natural Services, INS, and the U.S. Border Patrol. State and local police officers have the authority to enforce immigration laws. It is the policy of the MPD that officers shall not make an effort to look for violations. This policy already supports the goal outlined in the Task Force Model Agreement, making the proposed partnership redundant and unnecessary. This agreement is unregulated and comes at a high cost to the city, being deceitfully framed in a way that ignores the procedures MPD already has in place."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. June Savage, 3063 Oak Avenue, Florida resident for life. I'm here today because I want the commission to stay in their lane. There is enough politicizing up here at the commission that is why we are here today. The police need to do their job. It is not the job of the commission to put their hand on the police, because once we start doing that, it will never end. We are here because it is a sensitive issue. I do have immigrants in my family, but it's time to stop. We have 1 million more residents. Let the police do their job. Do not hold their hands. They are capable of doing this. It has been ordered for them to do this. It is no reason to politicize this chair and this dais up here. Okay? There is no reason for that. You should be working on hurricane season. We should be working on different exits for people to get out of this state when we have a hurricane coming. What are we going to do with the homeless? We have 1 million more people and we're not working. We are politicizing these commission seats, and it must stop now. And I do not believe that we should be taxing residents to have parties anymore in downtown. We don't need that. We have enough people here. Stop politicizing. This is politicking 200%. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Casey Herrera Taylor, and I'm speaking today as a resident deeply concerned about the proposed 287 agreement between the City of Miami and ICE. This program has a well-documented history of racial profiling and civil rights violations all across our country. In Alamance County, North Carolina, Latino drivers were found to be up to 10 times more likely to be stopped than others. In Maricopa County, Arizona, a federal court ruled that a sheriff there who was using 287G resulted in systematic racial profiling. And a 2022 ACLU report found that 65% of agencies using this program had documented histories of abuse. These are not the kind of values we want to bring to Miami. More urgently, we have pressing public safety issues right here at home. In my neighborhood of Brickell, a 17-year-old was recently stabbed to death in his sleep by a stranger who entered a high-rise building and wandered through multiple floors. This tragedy has left residents like me shaken and questioning the effectiveness of the current public safety measures. Commissioners, our police resources are already stretched. We need to focus on protecting our neighborhoods, not enforcing federal immigration laws. 287G would divert attention from the real safety concerns our residents are facing, concerns that demand your leadership and action. Lastly, you know this is not just a policy decision. It's never just a policy decision. It is a statement about who we are as a city, and Miami is a city of immigrants. We should be building trust and not fear. I respectfully urge you to vote no on the 287 agreement. Let's keep our focus where it belongs, on keeping all Miamians safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman King and the Commission. My name is Asher Toussaint, co-lead organizer for Black Men Build. Born and raised here in Miami, Florida. Child of immigrants. Was born the week of the Arthur McDuffie riots in 1980. And the reason why I bring that up is because I'm concerned about what may happen to the black community as it pertains to RE5 with the 287G policy. In neighborhoods like Little Haiti, Overtown, Liberty City, and Allapattah, where people that look like me are walking around each and every day, who's to tell the difference between whether I'm undocumented or documented? How can I prove my residency on a day-to-day basis? How is that going to work when they do raids in those neighborhoods? Also, it's an unnecessary burden against law enforcement. People have to come home to their families and sit across the table with people in their family that might be undocumented. And now it's putting an undue stress on families. The travel ban on countries like Haiti and the TPS expiration against countries like Cuba and Venezuela is a direct attack on us as the city of Miami residents. And I feel like this type of policy is being influenced from people that don't know what it is to be from Miami. So don't be bullied. Don't let the people in other parts of the country and other parts of the state dictate what you know is right for our city. So I say no against 287G. Thank you.
Thank you. I received another text message that perhaps there are a few people still outside and may be willing to speak for only 1 minute. That would keep us here for an additional 10 minutes. I believe a couple of my colleagues would agree to that. But no. Just the folks that are outside, because it won't stop. It just, I know that. We have folks that are still in here. We will not be able to take everyone. I'm just trying to get the folks that have been standing outside for the past 3 hours, if they agree to speak for 1 minute. 1 minute. I won't go beyond 15 minutes because none of us have had anything to eat at all, including the folks that are standing outside. So if my sergeant in arms can go outside and see if they would agree to speak for 1 minute, because I understand that this is touching everyone's heart. And as you can see, everyone has spoken for 2 minutes and beyond, because I've had to say thank you every single time someone spoke. So if they agree for 1 minute, would I have a quorum to listen for another 15 minutes? Yes? Okay. I'm waiting to hear if they will agree to speak for one. Who's out there? No, I'm trying to get the folks that are outside. Okay, but are there other people outside? Okay, well, let me, let me get the seniors that are outside. I was told that there are seniors outside. Anybody out there trying to get them? Camacho, okay. Huh? I want the seniors and anyone who absolutely cannot come back. Seniors. And you're only speaking for a minute. Come on up while we wait. Wait. We're walking past more than 10 just inside here. I'm trying to get so then I still have to tell the folks outside that they can't speak. So I'm thinking that it's most fair to just break for lunch and let everybody come back, and I won't. So
Yeah.
right, but look how many of you it is, and I was trying to get the ones outside. I cannot get all of you to speak, so we are going to break for lunch, and we will be back at 3:00. It's the fair at 3:00. It's the fairest thing to do at 3:00. They can come inside. Yeah, everybody can wait inside wherever there's space. The City of Miami Commission meeting is now in recess for lunch. We will resume at 3 p.m.